Cape's leader, sports radio play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. Chatham A's baseball, sports radio play-by-play. Let's go A's! Wooden bats through the fog, playing under the lights. The stars of tomorrow shine tonight. No one else can beat them. Come on out and see them. Chatham A's baseball, summertime on Cape Cod.
The second week of the Cape Cod Baseball League season is in full swing, and the A's ring it in with the first doubleheader of the campaign at Veterans Field. Let's play two between Chatham and Wareham. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio to my left to bring you all the action. Joe, the rain has been Chatham's least best friend over the past 2 days.
Yeah, you're right. Yesterday got rained out. The doubleheader got moved to today against Wareham. But then the game against Cotuit on the road was rained out. So Chatham's had a few off days sprinkled in with some ball games. So should have some fresh bodies out there for Chatham this week in the next couple of games here. 7 days, 9 games for Chatham coming up because of all the weather.
Games bookended by doubleheaders next week. On Sunday, the weather withholding, of course, Chatham travels to Hyannis to finish off that stretch before a Monday off day. The problem for the A's for the first week of the season has been hitting. Chatham's last in the Cape Cod League with just 11 runs scored through the first 5 games.
It's a problem right now because Chatham has the bats and it has the talent to certainly put some good hits out there and have some base runners. But the problem is they're not coming away with those big-time hits, right? Chatham has tons of strikeouts on the season, 53 as a team to start the year. And it's just a problem where the batting average isn't consistently there for Chatham. The only player hitting in the 400s that has a minimum of 5 games is Nate Nankill, and he'll bat late in Chatham's order today. So a lot of players hitting under 300, and the team as a whole hitting 193.
Right now, we'd have to guess if Chatham's staying close in a game, the pitching is keeping the A's in it. And Carson Wisenhunt getting the start today started well in the opener against Cotuit.
Yeah, it felt like that was 2 months ago, the last time we had a Carson Wisenhunt start. But he pitched 3 innings in the opener against Cotuit. Only gave up 2 hits. One of them was a home run, but battled back with 5 strikeouts and 1 walk. He has nasty stuff, both with a fastball that hangs in the mid-90s and off-speed pitches that can fall off to either side of the plate. He's the main reason why there's lots of MLB scouts in attendance today, because they want to see the ECU left-hander go to work.
About 25 representatives of different major league teams line the grandstand behind home plate. Hopefully there's a lot of action for the scouts and everyone else to take in. Chatham and Wareham, about 15 minutes before first pitch, we'll have the lineups, the pitching matchup. We'll talk with Randy Whistler, Chatham's hitting coach. We'll hear from Anish Vasudevan, one of the writers here on the Chatham media team. A ton coming up on the Anglers pregame show. Stick with us.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC.
Chatham Bars Inn is Cape Cod's premier 4-diamond oceanfront resort. With 217 luxurious rooms, guests have access to numerous amenities, including a private beach, complimentary children's programs, 4 award-winning restaurants, a new world-class spa, an outdoor pool, and tennis courts. Year after year, Chatham Bars Inn is recognized as one of the top resorts in the world. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
We're back on the Anglers Extra pregame show. Joe Puccio and Ian Unsworth getting you ready for a doubleheader between Chatham and Wareham. And today we're joined by Anish Vasudevan, one of the writers for the Chatham A's. Anish, this has been a turbulent start for Chatham this season, and over the last couple of days, we haven't really seen the A's play that much.
Yeah, we've had 2 rainouts so far this season. I was talking to last year's beat writer Andrew Crane, and he was saying that was more than they had in the entire 2021 season. So, you know, the weather's not been in the favor for the Anglers, but hopefully they can get that turnaround with a nice sunny day in Veterans Field tonight. 9
games in 7 days, as Ian and I had touched on early on. Do you think that the number of games is going to impact this team at all, or because of those rainouts early on, this team's going to be energized?
Yeah, you would think the latter, hopefully, just because of going in with this lineup and now Miola, Jake DeLeo coming in from Georgia Tech, Rock Riggio coming in from Oklahoma State, joining Marcus Brown, who was here already last week. But now they're starting to get their for sure starters going into, you know, these next 9 games, and you would hope that those guys would be able to turn it around. It's not been a good start so far, but we're early in the season and only in the first quarter of it. So,
what player has really jumped out to you at your vantage point here in the press box?
Well, I had a good time talking to Chris Villeman, and I got to do a story on him, which was figuring out about his career and how he's kind of been able to go into any role that they've needed at North Carolina State, but in high school being the main starter and being a two-way player as well, hitting .492 at Ledford High School in North Carolina. But he really came in and gave the Anglers a chance to go on the offensive end and put something together, but they were unable to do that, only able to score 1 run in that game.
Did you talk to Carson Wisenhunt after his first start of the season?
I did. He said his arm was feeling well. You know, they were able to get a home run off him, and he said that he just left that one pitch over the plate too much. But he's been known for throwing a nasty changeup, and that's something that should be seen later today. And Jacob Waters, also returning back to Chatham, will start at the beginning of the second game, and he should also have a better start. He pitched pretty well in the opener too, just walked a few too many batters.
What is the funniest or most colorful story that you have found out through this first week and a half of Chatham A's baseball?
I don't know if we've had any comedic things yet, but I think that's something that we've been talking about, is how a lot of players on this team, including Marcus Brown, has been really into Win Reality, which is this new virtual reality simulator that allows these college players, when they're on campus, to have 30 at-bats or 40 at-bats against the pitcher they're facing that weekend before ever seeing them. And I think that that's something that just shows, you know, the innovation with technology is really moving to the college game and not just at the major league level as well.
You can find out Anish Vasudevan's stories on ChathamAnglers.com and on our social media pages on Twitter and Facebook. Anish, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, boys.
The Anglers Extra Pregame Show continues here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. When we come back, Ian Unsworth sits down with Chatham A's hitting coach Randy Whistler. It's going to be interesting to hear what he has to say, because his team is hitting under 200 to start this Cape League season. Chatham 1-3-1 to start the campaign. 3 points, the worst in the Cape Cod League. They have to turn it around with 9 games in 7 days, beginning today with a doubleheader against Wareham. The Anglers Extra Pregame Show rolls on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on TRC.
Chatham Bars Inn is Cape Cod's premier 4-diamond oceanfront resort. With 217 luxurious rooms, guests have access to numerous amenities, including a private beach, complimentary children's programs, 4 award-winning restaurants, a new world-class spa, an outdoor pool, and tennis courts. Year after year, Chatham Bars Inn is recognized as one of the top resorts in the world. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
The Anglers Extra Pregame Show continues at Veterans Field. Chatham and Wareham playing 2 this Monday afternoon. Ian Unsworth down field side, joined by Chatham hitting coach Randy Whistler. Coach, thanks for coming on.
Oh, thanks for having me, Ian. It's my pleasure.
So how would you grade the team's hitting through the first week or so of the season?
Well, not great right now. I mean, we've had some opportunities to move some guys over and get guys in, and we've had a key hit, to jump start and get some runs on the board. You know, we've been in every game, obviously, and we've had our chances, but we just haven't come up with a big hit to, get extended and build a big inning and get some runs for our pitchers so they don't have to be stressed all the time.
How do you change a team's approach in the big-time moments?
Well, you just try to get back to the basics. It's simple. Thinking middle the other way, try to stay above the baseball. We had a couple games where the wind was blowing in, and you got to stay out of the air. you got to do our job and move runners when we're supposed to, and basically just have a good at bat and don't press. And it's hard. These guys are trying hard, and we understand that it's not an easy game. So try to keep it simple as possible and stay back up through the middle and stay above the ball a bit more.
The guys are playing in front of a lot of scouts today. What's that added pressure like?
Well, it always is. They're out here to try to better themselves in the drafts, or the scouts come and watch these kids play, and it is a lot of pressure. We just hope, and we try to take that off them. Just go play the game. The game hadn't changed since they were playing when they were in Little League, so we'd like to try to keep that attitude. Just play hard, and whatever you got that day, just give us 100%, and hopefully it's on top.
Who's a guy that stood out to you over the first week?
Well, there's a lot of guys. Brownie came in and has done well. Tommy, I mean, there's been, Herrera, he's done well. I mean, there's guys in spurts that have done some good things. But it's too early right now, to try to really judge who's doing what. And, we're just starting, and we just want them to play hard and have a positive attitude and play the game right.
You got 9 games coming up in the next week. What's that like for a Cape League team that usually has off days mixed in?
Well, it's going to be tough. It's going to be just like pro ball, and they're going to get used to it, playing every day, and it'll be tough on them. But hopefully, we just play the game hard and hopefully come out on top more than not, and just play the game right. It'll be tough. They play. They all know what's in front of them, and hopefully we come out ready to play.
Last one for me. How's that comfort level returning home back to Veterans Field after a road game?
Oh, it's always great to be here. It's a great atmosphere here. The people are great. I mean, no place to come back home and hopefully get started on the right track again and play the game and build a good homestand and get on top.
A doubleheader today for the A's to get back on track right now. Last place in the East Division. Coach, thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it.
That was Catch of the Day with Randy Whistler. The Anglers Extra pregame show continues with Joe Puccio back up in the booth.
Chatham batting 193 to start this Cape League season and an OPS of 531. So Chatham has a lot of room to grow as the 2022 season just gets underway. And I think that the main issue is the lack of consistency across the lineup right now. You have guys like Guy Garibay hitting under 100, Caden Grice hitting 250, hitting hard balls, but not finding the outfield grass. The leading hitter on the team right now, Nate Nankel, who's batting 400. He is in Chatham's starting lineup today. And hey, speaking of that Chatham starting lineup, we have that coming up next here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Lineups, first pitch, baseball, Anglers, and Gatemen.
Extra Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod.
As a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League, the Mass State Lottery is celebrating the games we love playing. From the baseball diamond to the many lottery games that help support all 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. So here's to 50 years of winning and 50 more. Celebrating 20 seasons on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham A's Baseball is on the air right now.
Swings and hits one to left center field. Back goes McFadden. He will not get there. It's a home run. A grand slam for Todd Frazier.
Chugging into second base with an RBI double is Evan Longoria. He is 4 for 4.
Hit on the ground, left side. Will it get through? Off Crawford and into center field. Federovic scores and Chatham wins it in 11. The game-winning hit from Seager. It's a 5-4 Chatham winner.
And now, with your play-by-play, Joe Puccio and Ian Unsworth.
High above the third base line at Veterans Field for Chatham and Wareham. A doubleheader here in a beautiful sunny Monday afternoon. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio with you, meeting behind home plate with Tom Holliday and new Wareham manager Harvey Shapiro after a very long time with Bourne, over 530 career wins for manager Harvey Shapiro. He's now with the Gatemen, and he brought 4 players over from last year's Western Conference champions, Bourne Braves. Joe, let's take a look at the lineups today, brought to you by the Chatham Squire.
Taking a look at the Gatemen. Leading off is Clemson shortstop Blake Wright. Batting second is left fielder from UNC Greensboro, Hogan Windish. Batting third and playing third is Max Anderson from Nebraska. Batting fourth is Wareham's designated hitter from Florida Gulf Coast, Ian Farrow. Batting fifth, the first baseman from Missouri, Torrin Montgomery. Batting sixth, the second baseman from Xavier, Jack Hausinger. Batting seventh in right field is Ty Evans from Florida. Batting eighth is Caden Rose from Alabama. And batting ninth is Boston College catcher Peter Burns. And someone that we have been looking at to start this season is Jack Hausinger from Xavier. 350 batting average for the Gatemen. He is the player to watch. Taking a look at the Chatham Anglers. Leading off is Georgia Tech center fielder Jake DeLeo. Batting second is Clemson designated hitter Cooper Ingle. Batting third in left field from Wichita State, Chuck Ingram. In the cleanup spot is Georgia Southern first baseman Noah Ledford. Batting fifth is Alabama catcher Dominic Temez. Batting sixth is second baseman Adonis Herrera from Western Oklahoma State. Batting seventh in right field is Nate Nankel from Cal State Fullerton. Batting eighth, third baseman from OSU, Aiden Miola. And at shortstop, another Oklahoma State Cowboy, Marcus Brown. The starting pitchers, Michael Sansone and Carson Wisenhunt. We will break those two down in just a minute.
About 5 minutes away from first pitch between Chatham and Wareham. For now, let's turn it over to the paragon of pronunciation, Peter Burns, for our national anthem.
Please rise for this afternoon's national anthem. The national anthem will be performed by Chen Kangas. Chen is a former CAA board member, who has hosted more than 60 players since 1991, many of whom have gone on to play professional baseball. Jen is also the owner of Kangas Myofascial Massage on Main Street in Chatham. Next, she will be performing in Mary Poppins at the Academy Playhouse in Orleans. With this afternoon's national anthem, Jen Kangas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jen Kangas, who
That was Jen Kangas with the national anthem. Both teams back into their respective dugouts. Chatham, the home team, on the third base side. Wareham, the visitors, on the first base side. The Gatemen in navy blue uniforms with red W on the left breast and numbers on the right hip pocket, and the back in red with white trim. Gray pants, navy socks, and navy ball caps with a W logo right smack dab in the center, red brims. Chatham, the royal blue uniforms with the white pinstripe pants. Chatham across the front in white, lined in red. Numbers same on the back, white, lined with red, and a royal blue hat, A logo in the center. Joe, now time for the pitching matchup, presented by the Red Nun Bar and Grill.
Let's take a look at the starting pitcher for the Wareham Gatemen. It's Michael Sansone, the lefty from Fairfield, in one start this season, 4 innings strong, 2 hits, 6 punch-outs, no walks. Batters hit 154 off him in the start. He has a heavy fastball changeup mix. His fastball sits in the mid to upper 80s, but he works the inside part of the zone with those four-seamers, and the changeups work away. So we'll see Sansone in the bottom of the first, but taking the mound right now for the Chatham A's is Carson Wisenhunt, the left-hander from ECU. In his first start of the season, it was the season opener against Catuit. 3 innings, 2 hits, 3 earned runs, all of them earned, 5 Ks, and a walk. He is one of the top pitchers for Chatham because of his velocity. Sitting in the low to mid 90s, and his off-speed pitches move to both sides of the plate. So Carson Wisenhunt, one of the top arms for Chatham, and we said it earlier in the pregame show, he's the main reason why lots of MLB scouts are in attendance tonight.
Wisenhunt's changeup considered one of the best in the 2022 draft class. Did not pitch at all this season for East Carolina, but Joe already gave you his line in the first game. Besides a 2-run home run to Peyton Williams, very solid stuff.
And Peyton Williams, he is one of Catuit's players that went to the MLB draft combine, so he's no longer in the league. Doesn't matter to Carson Wisenhunt because we were talking to Anish Vasudevan before the game. Carson Wisenhunt told him he just left the ball over the middle. He came back after that home run and punched out 5 batters. So Carson Wisenhunt is a confident pitcher, knows that his stuff works, and you mentioned that changeup, Ian. Boy, it's deadly.
Wisenhunt in the middle of his warm-up tosses. Beautiful sunny day at Veterans Field. Wind moving from right to left across the outfield. Usually it goes the other way. The wind will swirl around the ballpark here as Oyster Pond from behind us, the third baseline. Usually the wind blows from our backs, Joe, and out to right where the ball carries.
And that's beneficial to left-handed hitters. We were talking to some of the players in pregame. They were asking us who we think the first player on the Chatham A's will hit a home run. And there was a lot of chatter about Dominic Temez, the right-handed catcher, but the wind doesn't help him out if it goes that way.
Before first pitch, quickly the umpires. Mike Rabideau behind home plate. Mickey Garcia down the first base line. And Mike Farman over at third, completing the crew. Umpires brought to you by Audio Associates. Blake Wright, shortstop from Clemson, digs into the right-handed box. Wisenhunt's first pitch. Fastball misses up and out. 4:02 on Monday, June 20th. 68 degrees. Time and temperature brought to you by the Chatham Athletic Association. Wisenhunt holds the glove to his face, winds and fires. A fastball called strike at the knees to right.
Let's take a look at the short and sweet ice cream defensive alignment for Chatham from left to right after this 1-1 pitch from Wisenhunt.
Wisenhunt deals. Right swings and misses. Third straight fastball. Low middle in.
Chuck Ingram's in left, Jake DeLeo out in center, Nate Nanko in right from third to first. Aiden Miola, Marcus Brown, Adonis Herrera at second base, and Noah Ledford. Behind the plates, Dominic Temez.
1-2 count. First batter of the game, Wisenhunt deals. Misses low, it skips through Temez's legs.
And that defensive alignment brought to you once again by Short and Sweet Ice Cream.
Chatham's defense back on the leadoff hitter. Right, 6 for 21 through the first 6 games of his Cape League season. Digs his Clemson's cleats to the back of the right box. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Off speed, broke down in the dirt. Right, foul tipped it into the mitt of Dominic Temez.
Well, the changeup's working early for Carson Wisenhunt. First at bat, first strikeout. And one of those pitches went to the backstop, bounced all the way there, but he came back with the confidence pitch. Knows his fastball and changeup works well.
One right-hander to another. Hogan Windish, left fielder from UNC Greensboro, stands tall in the right-hand box. Wisenhunt's first offering. Swung on and missed. Fastball high and out. Windish, who played infield at UNCG and left field today. 0-1 count. Wisenhunt fires. Off speed and the right-handed bat way out in front. 8 for 23 is Windish. 3 doubles already. It's down on the count 0-2. Wisenhunt comes home. Runs a fastball outside. Ball 1.
Hogan Windish was .370 this year with the Spartans down in Greensboro. But 42 strikeouts, 40 walks.
Wasn't that the 1-2? Swung on and missed, strike 3. Another off speed, another swing and miss. The first 2 batters of the game for Carson Wisenhunt, strikeouts.
Wonder if Harvey Shapiro got the scouting report on Carson Wisenhunt like we do. The off-speed pitches, both of them used for strikeouts.
Wisenhunt nods to catcher Temez. First pitch to Max Anderson. Bounces in the dirt in front of home plate. Anderson's second-year Cape Leaguer. One of the 4 born Braves that came to Wareham with manager Harvey Shapiro. Right-handed bat from Nebraska. 1-0 comes in. Anderson swings, pops it high and foul over the first base dugout.
Harvey Shapiro mentioned before the season that he was coming home. He was the assistant coach in Wareham in '92 and '93. This is his 24th season as a manager in the Cape Cod League, but his first with Wareham.
He stands at third base with Anderson in the box. The 1-1. A one-hopper to short. Brown fields it on the backhand. Throw from deep in the hole. He got him. Close play at first. Mickey Garcia threw the fist. And Chatham works a fantastic top of the first inning.
The manager of the Anglers is Tom Holliday. The Chatham Anglers
2 quick strikeouts for Carson Wisenhunt, and then a great play from Marcus Brown. Fielded the ball in the 5-6 hole on the left side of the infield and threw it across the diamond. Noah Ledford caught it easily and got the runner down to the first base dugout. No score through the first half inning. 1-2-3 due up for Chatham. DeLeo, Ingle, and Ingram up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
The batting cages and under the bullpen area. Please throw rubbish into the barrels and recycle the aluminum cans and special barrels located around the ballpark. Today's teams, along with the Cape Cod Baseball League and the NCAA, would like to remind you that this is a tobacco-free ballpark. Additionally, the Massachusetts Education Reform Act prohibits the use of any tobacco products at this location. We greatly appreciate your assistance in honoring this tobacco-free request. Thank you. Cameras and video cameras are permitted inside Veterans Field for personal photos. Cannot be used to reproduce the game players or on-field events without the express written permission of Chatham Anglers Baseball. Use of camera or video equipment must not interfere with other fans' enjoyment. No laser pointers or other devices that can distract the ball players. That can be grounds for removal as well. The Anglers would like to welcome starting pitcher Carson Wisenhunt's parents here today, Mandy and Dennis Wisenhunt. Welcome to Veterans Field.
No score after the first half inning of action here at Veterans Field. Ian Unsworth and Joe Puccio with you on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. The first of 2 contests between Chatham and Wareham, both 7 innings, both no extras. New rule instituted by the Cape League this year. Doubleheaders will always be 2 7s. At first, might have gone to 9 with extras, no extras in any other contests. So Commissioner Eric Zamuda sent out a release a couple days before the doubleheader, instituting that both games will be 7 innings with no extras. First batter for Chatham, Georgia Tech's Jake DeLeo. In his first game on Saturday against Brewster, 2 singles and a pop-out bunt. Pitcher on the bump for Wareham, Michael Sansone, lefty from Fairfield. Over the head windup, he fires. First pitch, a fastball down the middle, a called strike. Sansone at just 5'8", 195. DeLeo holds the hands away from the body in the righty box, slightly open stance. 0-1 comes in. Changeup, DeLeo out in front, taps it back to the backstop.
So Jake DeLeo, one of those returning A's for Chatham this year. And we were talking to a lot of those players from last year's team, including Cy Nielsen. Last year's team was pretty close. They had great camaraderie, good energy, and Jake DeLeo seemed to be one of those catalysts in there. A great locker room piece for the A's.
Sansone, also a second-year Cape Leaguer, played for Bourne last year with manager Shapiro. From the windup, the 0-2. Off speed, DeLeo out in front, but he pounds it into the plate to stay alive. DeLeo hit .234 last summer for Chatham, .286 in 29 games this season at Georgia Tech. Sansone taps his front foot, gets the sign, and fires. Change up outside. Counts 1-2. DeLeo said that we can expect a heavy dose of changeups from Michael Sansone. The two played in high school, both Connecticut natives. DeLeo calls time before the 1-2. Last year against Chatham, Sansone was excellent in 2 games, 10 innings pitched, 14 strikeouts, only 1 run earned. DeLeo chokes up with 2 strikes. The pitch. Fastball ripped straight back into the netting.
And Sansone, when he got to college, he was a huge movement guy. 2-seamers, curveballs. That's now changed. He's more of a 4-seamer, change-up pitcher, trying to change speeds rather than locations.
He's ahead in the count on Jake DeLeo. 1-2. Wareham infield back. The pitch. Slider bounces in the dirt. DeLeo works the count to 2-2. Playing center field today for Tom Holliday. Cooper Ingle waits on deck. Pitch. A called strike 3. On the inside corner, DeLeo shakes his head as he walks back to the third base dugout. Passes a word of advice to Cooper Ingle as he walks to the left-handed batter's box.
Fastball inside. DeLeo danced out of the way. Not sure what he was waiting for on that, but we do know that this team was talking about how many change-ups they were going to see from Sansone, and he just knocked him out with a fastball.
Ingle, Chatham's 2-hitter today, has bounced around the order through the first 5 games. First pitch. Slider up. Sansone said he rarely will throw a slider to right-handed bats, usually just to lefties as it runs away from those left-handed bats. 1-0. Up and in. It hits Ingle. Chatham's designated hitter shook it off pretty quickly, tossing his elbow guard down and trotting down to first. Looked to be either in the front arm or up near the square of the back.
This is now the 5th A that's been hit by a pitch this season. If you remember, the first time Chatham scored a run was by Noah Ledford hit by pitch. So
Ledford's on deck. Chuck Ingram's in the right-handed batter's box. Sansone working from the stretch. Short lead for Ingle. The pitch. A called strike. Fastball down the middle.
Chuck Ingram with 7 ABs this season in 3 games. Still hitless to start this Cape League season.
He's been mostly used on a platoon system in left with Guy Garibay, depending on the handedness of the pitcher. Lefty on righty, Ingram in the right-handed box. The 0-1. Called strike. 2 pitches at the knees, and Ingram's quickly down in the count.
Cooper Ingle, not necessarily a base-stealing threat over there at first base. Hasn't even tried it this year.
And Ingram's 0 for 7, still looking for his first hit. 0-2 count, 1 down. Pitch on the way. Ingram swings through it. Strike 3.
The first baseman from Georgia Southern.
Changeup fades away from the right-handed hitter's bat. And just like his opposite number, Michael Sansone with 2 strikeouts in the first.
Looks like we have another pitcher's duel in our hands here, Ian. Chatham came into this game batting 193. As a team, has struck out 53 times. That's now up to 55.
Noah Ledford, wide stance on the right-handed box. Ingle takes another step off first. The first pitch bounces in the dirt. Ingle stays put at first base.
I like the aggressive stance from Ingle over there at first. Watched the ball blocked by the catcher, but just kept his eye on it. Made sure that if it did go away, he could take second.
Ledford this season 2 for 10 as Sansone throws to first. Ingle back in standing. Redshirt junior from Georgia Southern. Stands 6'1", 252. 1-0 count. Sansone a long look at first, now fires. Ledford chops it on the ground, left side. Running stop for right, he'll throw across. In time. Chatham gets a man on base with the Cooper Ingle hit by pitch, but the Anglers can't make any noise in the bottom of the first. 2 strikeouts and a 6-3. 1 runner left on base, no runs, no hits, no score through 1.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, located right around the corner from Veterans Field at 790 Main Street in Chatham. Pick up a pie on your way to the game or grab a calzone before first pitch. The dough for their specialty pizza is rolled right before your eyes. Eat in or take out, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and sometimes later. Call 508-348-0200. See their full menu online at sweettomatoescapecod.com. Sweet Tomatoes, a Chatham pregame tradition.
Well, I came by your house the other day. Your mother said you went away. She said there was nothing that I could have done. There was nothing nobody could say. Now me and you, we've known each other, yeah, ever since we were 16. I wished I would have known. I wished I could have called you just to say goodbye, Bobby G.
Through the first inning, we have the looks of what is prepping up to be a pitcher's duel between one of the top left-handed pitchers in the 2022 draft class and a 2021 Cape League All-Star. Carson Wisenhunt, 2 strikeouts in the top of the first. Michael Sansone, 2 Ks in the bottom half. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio with you. No score through 1 at Veterans Field. The first game of 2 today between Chatham and Wareham. 4-5-6, 2 up for Wareham. Ian Farrow hits in the cleanup spot today. Sophomore from FGCU, transferring to Miami next year.
And he had quite the end to his season at FGCU this past year. Batted .373 in May.
Wisenhunt first pitch. Fastball at the knees. Strike 1.
He named his commitment to Miami just a few days ago, 2 to be exact, so a fresh hurricane out there on the field.
Stands tall with his hands behind his head. 0-1 pitch. Farrow swings and fouls it back behind home plate.
So if you look at the grandstand behind home plate, all 5 rows of bleachers covered with MLB scouts pointing their radar guns at Carson Wisenhunt.
Wisenhunt, glove to the face as the radar guns rise. The 0-2. Off speed, swung on and missed, strike 3. Breaking ball sits down Farrow. 3 swinging strikeouts, 4 batters faced. Carson Wisenhunt starting strong.
He's working both sides of the plate. That's the important part. He's running the fastball inside and then dropping his changeup and slider to outside parts to right-handed hitters. This is a really good start for Wisenhunt.
Second batter of the inning, Torrin Montgomery, junior from Missouri. First pitch. Montgomery swings, fouls it towards the Wareham bullpen down the right field line.
A great catch by a fan over there by the Wareham bullpen. The Gatemen relievers give him a round of applause. Barehanded, may I add.
A lot of side spin on that baseball. Knuckled away from the bullpen. 0-1 to the righty Montgomery. Changeup, strike 2. Montgomery 5 for 16. Through the first week of the season, hit Wareham's first home run against Falmouth. The 0-2. Montgomery lifts it to center field. DeLeo started back, comes in, makes the catch in left center for the second out.
A lot of right-handers to start this Wareham order. Now we see Jack Hausinger, the top hitter for the Gatemen, dig into the left-handed batter's box.
Through 6 games, Hausinger 7 for 20. 5th best average in the league, .350. The first pitch from Wisenhunt. Hausinger swings, pops it straight up behind home plate. Temez has a beat on it, and he makes the grab about 10 steps away from the dish. Another flawless inning from Carson Wisenhunt, and his 3rd strikeout of the day through 4 batters already. Whisenhunt dealing. The Scouts love what they're seeing. Time for Chatham's bats to get going in the bottom of the second.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. The people at T-Mobile are committed to serve those who serve, and that's why they go above and beyond for our active duty military, veterans, and first responders. Visit your neighborhood T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com to learn more.
I got so down and out in Frisco, tired of the pills and the rain. I picked up, headed for the sunshine. I left a good thing behind. Seemed all of our love was in vain. Now my baby's coming in on the Tucson train. I come here looking for a new life, one I wouldn't have to explain. And that voice that keeps me awake at night, with a little piece of me.
3 strikeouts through 2 innings for Carson Whisenhunt. No score through 1.5 between Chatham and Wareham. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio with you at Veterans Field. High above the third base line. 5, 6, 7 due up for Tom Holliday's A's. Dominic Temez, Adonis Herrera, and Nate Nanko. 3 straight right-handed bats to face the left-handed pitcher, Michael Sansone. Fairfield Stagg stretches out on the bump, holds his hands at his chest, while Temez leans back in the right-handed box, bouncing the bat off his back shoulder. First pitch. Temez way out in front of off speed. Early on, we've seen Sansone feature the changeup, and he started the Alabama catcher with another one. Temez back in the righty box, close to the plate. Right foot on the back chalk. The 0-1 comes in. Temez again to a knee with the swing. Can't touch the baseball. 0-2.
It's just a looping curveball coming out of Sansone's hand, lefty to righty. Pretty much the right-handed batter can see it the whole way through.
Temez calls time. Steps out of the right-handed box. Behind Sansone, Temez looking straight at one of his Alabama teammates in center field, Caden Rose. Sansone hands over the head, now the pitch. Fastball, Temez swings, stays alive with a foul ball.
We've seen Temez in the batting cages of batting practice have a ton of pop to start off this season. He's one of the few right-handed hitters that can pop it to left center field.
He's got a gap there and a lot of space down both baselines. Down in the count, 0-2. Sansone gets the sign and fires. Temez stays alive. Another foul ball. Behind the grandstand on the first base side.
And Chatham still yet with its first home run of the year. Dominic Temez could be one of the players to get it. Even though the wind's blowing out towards right field, it could help a ball carry from dead left to left center.
0-2 count to Temez. First batter of the second, the pitch. It's a called strike 3 on the inside corner. Temez again shaking his head, walking back to the third base dugout, stood like a statue as the ball crossed the dish.
Well, 2 7-inning games, no extras after that, and 3 strikeouts for Whisenhunt. 3 strikeouts for both pitchers to this point. This could be a pretty quick game 1 here, Ian.
Right now we've played about 20 minutes of game action. The clock doesn't really matter that much, but pitchers working quickly, getting outs. Adonis Herrera in the right-handed box. He takes the first pitch. Fastball down the middle for strike 1. Randy Whistler gives him 2 claps at third base. Herrera shrugs his shoulders and settles in. Playing second base today for the first time, and he said 2 months. Sansone delivers the 0-1. Herrera swings and top spins it foul, over bouncing to the Little League field behind the first base side.
In Herrera's last game against Falmouth, 1 for 4 with an RBI and 1 punch out in the loss to the Commodores.
ran into a big timeout running the bases as well. Down on the count, 0-2. Sansone fires. Herrera swings and pops it foul. Straight back into the netting behind home plate. Herrera from Western Oklahoma State, a junior college in Oklahoma, same school as Andrelton Simmons. Holds the bat tight off his right shoulder. Knees bent, choked up. The 0-2. Changeup gets a swing and miss.
Well, his changeup's no joke, just like Wisenhunt's. He puts it to different sides of the plate depending on who he's hitting, and that sounds regular, right? Depending on a right-handed or left-handed hitter, that's where you put your changeup. But it's the sequencing that matters the most. And to right-handed hitters, the changeup is his strikeout pitch.
Third straight righty of the inning, Nate Nanko, right fielder from Cal State Fullerton. First pitch from Sansone. Called strike. Off speed over the heart of the plate. Nanko 4 for 10 this season. A walk, 4 strikeouts. Holds the bat at his shoulders. A slow wiggle. 0-1 comes in. It just misses outside. Sansone trying to locate the fastball over the outer half. Mike Rabideau didn't like it. 1-1 count, 2 outs. No score in the bottom of the second. Sansone fires. Nanko takes it. It's a called strike. Heater in her half.
Nate Nanko, the top hitter for Chatham this season, batting a clean .400. One of the lone bright spots in this Chatham A's lineup.
He caught the eyes of some scouts against Falmouth. Sansone, the 1-2. Change up low and away. A cry from the third base side dugout of good take. Chatham clad in royal blue on the dugout fence. 2-2 count to Nanko. Pitch comes in. Nanko swings, fouls it off. The A's have only put 1 ball in play thus far. It was a slow roller to shortstop from Noah Ledford. Chatham's had 1 runner on base. It was a Cooper Ingle hit by pitch. 2-2 count. The pitch. Another foul ball from Nanko, towering high over the snack shack behind the first base dugout.
We talked to Tom Holliday before the season started about Nate Nanko. He wanted to fix his swing. Lots of swinging up on the baseball, trying to drive it into the outfield. You talked to Tom Holliday. He doesn't really like that new age mumbo-jumbo.
Another 2-2 from Sansone. Nanko swings, rips it straight into the netting behind home plate. Holliday saying that you can't fix a hitter in 3 days. Takes a lot of time. That's how long Nanko was here before the first game. But what Tom Holliday admires about Nate Nanko, he's not worried to ask questions. He awaits a 2-2. Sansone fires. Off speed, low. Nanko's taken 2 tough changeups in this at-bat.
Yeah, those are the strikeout pitches to right-handers, as I mentioned earlier.
Nanko only walked 9 times at Cal State Fullerton, struck out 41. Full count. Sansone fires. Misses high. 2-out walk for Nate Nanko.
The third baseman from Oklahoma
and the third base dugout picked up a little bit.
Well, now you pass the baton to 2 OSU Cowboys sitting in this 8-9 spot that normally wouldn't. I mean, Ada Miola's only played 1 game, 0 for 3 with 2 punch-outs, but the 9-hole hitter Marcus Brown, another top hitter.
Miola a wide stance in the righty box. Good lead for Nanko. First pitch, driven high, deep to left field. Sending the left fielder back to the track. He makes the catch. Hogan Windish, a long, winding run, backpedaling onto the dirt of the warning track, but in front of the scoreboard in left center field, he hauled it in.
Cape Cod 5.
A scary moment for Wareham, but right now still knotted with no score. Chatham threatens, but can't plate one.
Chatham A's on the air.
Carson Whisenhunt throws his final warm-up pitches at the top of the third. And so far, both pitchers have been excellent. 7 strikeouts for Whisenhunt and Sansone combined between the first 2 frames. Chatham's stranded a runner on base in both. Neither have made it to second. And Wareham's only gotten 1 ball out of the infield. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Gatemen.
The right fielder from the University of Florida.
First hitter, Ty Evans, right fielder from Florida, playing in his first game in the Cape Cod League. 6'2", 195. Right-handed batter. First pitch from Whisenhunt. A called strike over the inside corner. 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Carson Whisenhunt. Glove at the face, the windup, and the pitch. Another heater, outer half, and Evans swings through it.
Evans was a part of the #1 recruiting class that Florida had this past season. 242 batting average with the Gators.
Stands close need. 0-2 pitch. Change up low and outside. Florida, for the second year in a row, upset in its own regional. Last year, lost to Nelson Rivera and USF. Evans holds the bat high behind his head. 1-2 pitch from Whisenhunt. Evans swings and misses, but it gets to the backstop. Temez runs to grab it, but the right fielder scampers down to first. It's a strikeout in your scorebooks, but on the drop third, Wareham finally gets a runner on base.
Now batting for Wareham.
A disappointing strikeout, you could say, for Carson Whisenhunt. The changeup went to the backstop. Ty Evans has legs as well over there at first base, 31 stolen bases, so he was able to fly down first base, no problem.
From right fielder to center fielder, here's Caden Rose in the right-handed box. Whisenhunt first pitch from the stretch. Rose waves and misses at a fastball knee-high. A junior at Alabama, teammate of Dominic Temez, who's catching today. Rose with a Crimson Tide batting helmet, Temez with the red catcher's gear. Medium lead off of first for Evans. The pitch. Another strike, fastball over the heart of the plate. Rose just 1 for 13, 7 strikeouts in the first week of the season.
Adonis Herrera playing close to second base. No real double play depth from Marcus Brown, the shortstop.
0-2 from Whisenhunt. Rose swings and misses, strike 3. 86-mile-an-hour changeup sits down Carson Whisenhunt's 5th opponent. 5 Ks through 3 1/3.
2 strikeouts in this inning, but only 1 out to show for it. He has a chance to have 4 strikeouts in an inning, Ian. How rare is that?
He'll face Peter Burns, the bottom of the order. Catcher from Boston College. First to pick over. Evans in safely. No relation to Chatham's PA announcer. Peter Burns stands 5'10", 190. A close stance, hands next to the red W logo on the Navy uniforms. The first pitch from Whisenhunt. High bounce to first. Ledford fields to second for 1. The throw back. Not in time. Burns hustled down the line. Marcus Brown one-hopped his throw to the first base bag. Ledford there to cover and fielded it cleanly. Burns just hustled it out. 2 outs, man on first. Top of the order up, Blake Wright.
Surprised at how fast Peter Burns was able to fly out of the batter's box and get to first base. That was a 2-hopper to Noah Ledford at first base. Had a quick delivery to Marcus Brown, and it seemed as if Marcus Brown took a little bit to transfer it over because there was miscommunication over at first.
With 2 outs, top of the order up. Short lead for Burns. First pitch. Called strike. Right at the knees. Whisenhunt's tickling the bottom of the zone extremely well.
A gorgeous day for baseball, Ian. Just south of 70 degrees. Beats the 55-degree weather we had in Brewster the other day.
Barely any wind up in the press box. 0-1 from Whisenhunt. Gas. Right at the letters. And Wright can't touch it.
So now the wind at the start of the game was blowing out towards center field. It's now blowing out towards left center. We have 2 flags, one located in center field and the other by the Chatham Firehouse in right field.
0-2 to Wright. Wisenhunt from the stretch. Misses just low and inside with a fastball. 94. Carson Wisenhunt reaching back and firing. Trying to end the inning on a high note. Temez held it for an extra second before tossing it back to the mound. Herrera towards second. Left side of the infield back. 1-2. 2 outs. No score. Wisenhunt deals. In on the hands. Right fouls it off the other way. Spinner in on the hands of Wright, who hit .349 in 44 games at Clemson this season. He was 2 points behind Chatham designated hitter Cooper Ingle in batting average. Third best on the team behind Ingle and Max Wagner. 1-2. Wisenhunt fires. Wright stays alive, popping a foul ball over the grandstand.
Lots of fans out in attendance today, too. I know we've talked about the MLB scouts behind home plate. That was a given. The hill in right center field starting to populate at the top.
Cars parked up and down Depot Road in front of the firehouse. 1-2 again. Wisenhunt looks at first, now home. He deals. Wright jacks it into left center. DeLeo on his horse, back to the warning track. A leaping grab. No, he dropped it. It's over the fence. A 2-run home run for Blake Wright, and Wareham gets on the board. 2-0 Gatemen. The second home run Carson Wisenhunt's given up in 2 starts.
Fielder, number 18, Hogan Windish.
Jake DeLeo had it. It was in his glove and then bounced out. He stands in center field with his hands on his hips. I feel for the Georgia Tech center fielder. That was a great hit from Blake Wright, but the fact that DeLeo tracked it all the way to the wall and couldn't bring it in.
First pitch to Hogan Windish. He swings through it. DeLeo went up karate kick style, a flying knee into the fence, and hit it at an awkward angle. 0-1 pitch. Windish pops it up high in foul territory, first base side. Ledford ventures for it and makes the catch in front of the Gatemen dugout. And to think Carson Wisenhunt might have been out of the inning if not for the drop third strike to Ty Evans. Instead, Blake Wright, leadoff hitter for Clemson, hits his first home run of the year. Wareham takes a 2-0 lead through 2.5. Anglers up next, bottom of the order. Wareham takes a 2-0 lead on a 2-run Blake Wright homer. And to left center field next to the trees at Veterans Field, Jake DeLeo, a leaping attempt, but the ball tipped in and out of his glove and onto the grassy berm. Bottom of the order due up for the A's, Marcus Brown, then Jake DeLeo and Cooper Ingle.
Marcus Brown.
Michael Sansone on the bump for Wareham. 4 strikeouts through 2 innings. Max Anderson at third base, even with the bag. First baseman Montgomery playing back. Lefty on lefty matchup. Brown open stance in the left-handed box. First pitch. Brown on an off-speeder. Knocks it straight into the netting.
I wonder what Jake DeLeo said when he went back to the dugout after dropping, well, not really dropping the home run ball. The ball just fell out of his glove as he tried to bring it back into play.
0-1 comes in. Half swing from Brown, and he rolls it foul. The slider caught him in on the hands, and Brown shook his head as he turned away from the left-handed box. Wanted to keep the bat on his shoulder. Quickly down in the count, 0-2. Sansone hunting strikeout number 5. Hands over the head, the pitch. In on the hands, Brown pops it up to right field. Evans a couple steps to his right, hauls it in for the first out.
Now batting for Chatham, the center fielder from Georgia Tech, number 2, Jake DeLeo.
Sansone dusts off the rubber, settling into the bump, as Jake DeLeo digs a hole in the right-handed batter's box. This season at Fairfield, Michael Sansone started all 11 games he appeared in. A 5-2 record, 78 strikeouts. He fires. DeLeo swings and misses. An aggressive hack through a changeup on the outer half.
And Jake DeLeo swung the bat well in his Chatham debut last time against Brewster, 2 for 3.
2 singles in his first 2 Cape at-bats. The 0-1. DeLeo golfs a ball foul. Spins over home plate.
Defense sort of spread out in the infield here, Ian. The middle infield not hugging close to second base, even though DeLeo is a hitter that loves to drive the ball up the middle.
A large gap in between short and second and a gap in right center. 0-2. It bounces in front of Burns. Didn't make it all the way over the strike zone. 59-footer from Sansone. 5'8" on the bump. DeLeo's 6'2". Shows the bat to the pitcher, now holds it away from his body. Slightly choked up, 1-2 count. The pitch. DeLeo swings and fouls it straight back.
How about in the last game against Brewster, John West, 6'8", Whitecaps reliever. Then they bring in the 6'10", Paul Gervais. This is a little bit of change of pace over here.
From one extreme to the next.
I guess so.
Sansone holds the glove right below his chin. Fiddles with the baseball, now fires. Off speed, DeLeo drills it down the left field line. It drops in for a base knock. DeLeo's thinking too. Windish throw in. It sends DeLeo back to first. He'll have to slide in safely as he took a wide turn, stopped halfway down the baseline, and reversed course.
The changeup to DeLeo got his hands in front of it, but his ability to drive the baseball up and pop it to the outfield, it's why he's at the top of this Chatham order. So a big 2-strike hit with only 1 out. Now you bring up guys like Engel, Ingram, and Ledford. Some good contact and power bats.
DeLeo with speed, 7 stolen bases in the Cape League last year. First pitch to Engel. High fastball, ball 1. Cooper Engel, a noticeable squat in the left-handed batter's box. Burns behind the dish, threw out 11 of 23 runners, which attempted to steal on him at Boston College this season. Wareham infield playing to turn 2. 1-0. A strike on the outer half. Burns was out of his crouch, ready in case DeLeo took off. Wareham leads Chatham 2-0. Bottom of the 3rd at Veterans Field. 7-inning game, first of 2. Sansone picks over. DeLeo a head-first slide into the base.
DeLeo is at 6'1", 195, the sort of build of a speedy outfielder. But the thing is, he only tried to steal 4 bases with the Yellow Jackets this year and was 2 for 4.
He's got a 3-step lead off of first. 1-1 count to Engel. The pitch. Engel swings, lifts it over our head. Kids run below us to grab the baseball.
You can hear fans screaming, "Careful, careful," because there's a conglomeration of young A's fans out here scrambling after every baseball. Weather's perfect for it.
Engel digs back into the box. Crowd lines both baselines. Engel grips the bat, wiggles his fingers. 1-2 count. Sansone deals. Slider in the dirt, 2-2. Chuck Ingram on deck, still looking for his first Cape League hit. DeLeo a 3-step lead off of first. Wareham infield back. Montgomery holds the runner. 2-2 pitch. Engel flares it the other way. Down the line, base knock. He'll move for 2. DeLeo speeds into third, and Windish fumbles the baseball. DeLeo coming in all the way to the plate. No throw. Cooper Engel extra base knock as Windish fumbled the ball down the left field line. It's a double. We'll see how the run scored is ruled, but all that matters right now, Chatham's on the board.
On the board in a big way, too. Extra base hit, moving base runners by driving the baseball to where it's pitched. A fastball outside. Engel flares his hands at it, or not really flares his hands, drives his hands to the outside part of the plate. Finds the right side of the foul line, and Jake DeLeo put on the afterburners for those last 90 feet.
Ruled a double, and DeLeo scored on an E7. Windish bent down to grab the baseball, then kicked it behind him. Ingram in the right-handed box. Engel on second, 1 down. The first pitch. Changeup, Ingram swings and misses. Randy Whistler dealing signs at third base to Cooper Engel on second. Wareham leads Chatham 2-1, bottom of the third. Ingram shoulder with stance. The pitch. Low. He grounds it to third. Anderson throws across for the out, and Engel advances to third.
The first baseman from Georgia
2 outs, runner 90 feet away from the plate. And Noah Ledford, who led the Sun Belt in runs batted in this year with 70, coming up to the right-handed box.
Well, if you want to move base runners, if you can't bring them home, you want to pull a ground ball to the right side of the infield. Moves Engel to third. Solid heads-up baseball from Cooper Engel up there at second base.
Ledford slightly open stance, switch hitter in the righty box. First pitch. Fastball low and away. Sansone squatting, getting the signs. Now comes set. Looks down his front shoulder and fires home. Ledford rips it down the left field line, but it spins foul towards the Chatham bullpen.
And I wondered if Sansone was going to go back to the changeup, because that's how a lot of these hits in this half inning have come from Chatham. So you have off-speed pitch going to a right-handed power bat in Noah Ledford. If he keeps his hands back for just an extra second, it could go.
Anderson tightly watching the line at third. 1-1 count, the pitch. Off speed, and Ledford's out in front. 1-2, Burns shows the pitcher the glove as he throws it back. 78 miles an hour ended up at Ledford's shoe tops. 2 for 11 this season. Ready for the pitch. Sansone delivers, and Ledford swings and misses. Off speed, low and away. That's Sansone's 5th strikeout, but Chatham gets a run on the board. 2 base knocks in the inning for the A's. 1 run comes in to score. Jake DeLeo on an error in left from Hogan Windish. 2-1 through 3. Chatham a run on 2 hits. Wareham 2 on a 2-run shot from Blake Wright. An error as well for the Gatemen. Carson Wisnhunt back on the mound. He's got 5 strikeouts through 3. And he'll face 3-4-5 in the Gatemen order. Anderson, Farrell, Montgomery due up on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Web radio, coast to coast. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. What I want. Feel
Fourth inning of work for Carson Wisenhunt. The Anglers trail the Wareham Gatemen 2-1 at Veterans Field. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio with you on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Max Anderson, 3-hole hitter from Nebraska, stares at his light beige bat, taps it off home plate, and settles into the right-handed box. Grounded out to short in the first. Wisenhunt's first pitch, drilled into right center, and drops in front of DeLeo. Anderson a wide turnaround first, but he stays put as the ball gets back to the infield. Wareham not waiting around anymore.
The designated hitter, number 17, Ian
I like the first
Farrell.
pitch swinging from Max Anderson. You never know when Wisenhunt's going to break out that changeup and get you down in a hole. We spoke to Cam Benson and Nate Nankel before the season starts. They are hitters that love to swing at the first pitch because they know it's mostly going to be a fastball. You don't want the pitcher to use up his arsenal.
Wisenhunt checks the runner on first and fires home. It bounces off the chest protector of Temez into the backstop, and Anderson advances to second. Ian Farrow taking all the way as Wisenhunt left the changeup in the dirt.
I think it also clipped the left arm of home plate umpire Mike Rabideau. He's speaking with fellow umpires Mickey Garcia and Mike Farman on the first base side. Looks like I think it got the inside of his forearm. He thinks he just got a pat on the back from Mickey Garcia. Chatham's trainer going over to talk to him, but just a wild pitch bounced up, hit him in the left arm.
Off the chest protector of Temez, and then it skittered off Mike Rabideau's forearm. Anderson advances to second on the wild pitch. No outs in the top of the fourth. Wareham up 2-1 and threatening. Farrow checks out his bat, covered in pine tar, and taps both sides of the plate. .322 hitter at FGCU this season. 75 runs batted in, an Eagles record. The 0-0. Farrow taps it foul off of Temez now. Everybody's taking knocks.
Jeez. Foul tips galore behind home plate. Looks like Temez is all right. The home plate umpire now, he's still checking his left arm, handing a baseball over to Carson Wisenhunt and grabbing it on his way back to home plate. Temez looks all right. He's fine. He's moving some dirt around, but home plate umpire Mike Rabideau, you might want to keep an eye on him for the rest of the game. Or should I say the rest of the day with another game after this one.
1-1 count. Both the umpire and catcher have taken baseballs to some area of the body. Runner on second. Chatham infield back. Wisenhunt looks at Anderson. Takes an extra step off the bag. Now fires home. Wisenhunt up and out with a fastball at 93. The scouts check their radar gun. Now write notes. Mostly small notepads. Some with clipboards. Little wind blowing in from left. Wisenhunt a long look in to Temez, working from the third base side of the rubber. Farrow stands tall. Wisenhunt fires. Blows a fastball over the heart of the plate, but Mike Rabideau didn't like it. 3-1 count on a pitch that was very close.
And this will test Wisenhunt now, because what does he decide to do? Does he go to the off-speed pitch knowing his fastball was close, or does he go back again with the fastball to keep the count alive?
Against the cleanup hitter, too, in Farrow. 3 runs batted in this season, a man on second. Wisenhunt fires. Farrow swings and pops a foul ball over home plate. Last pitch registered on the gun at 96.
So he went back again with the fastball, got it for a strike. Now he can choose whatever pitch he wants. Has to be careful if Farrow's a little selective on the outside part of the plate.
Farrow struck out swinging in the second. One of 5 Wisenhunt Ks. ECU lefty set. Looks at second, fires home. Fastball right by Farrow, who swings and misses. Second K for Ian Farrow, 6 of the day for Carson Wisenhunt.
Seemed like Farrow didn't expect the fastball coming to him on the outside part of the plate. Had to have been thinking changeup, Wisenhunt's best pitch by far. But once that fastball's in the mid-90s, whew, it takes a while to catch up to that one.
With one out, Torrin Montgomery in the right-handed box. First baseman from Missouri, teammate of Chatham reliever Holden Phelps. Wisnhunt's first offering, roped into left. In front of Ingram, a base knock. Anderson rounding third. He'll score with no throw. It's an RBI single for Torrin Montgomery after Chatham put up a tally in the bottom of the third. Wareham responds right back.
Baseman. Number 10, Jack Hausinger.
And twice this inning, Gatemen bats being aggressive early on in the count.
And that has to be the game plan against Carson Whisenhunt. You know that his off-speed pitches are dirty. So attack with the first pitch fastball. If you see something you like, put your hands to it. You can drive the baseball.
Left-handed bat of Jack Hausinger in the box with one out. First pitch. Fastball low and outside. Montgomery not a huge threat to run. 4 stolen bases at Missouri this season. With one down, Chatham's middle infielders pitching towards second. A lot of room off the line at third. 1-0 pitch. Up and in, near the head of Hausinger. It bounces to the backstop. Did not hit the batter, but flew right past the glove of Temez. Montgomery advances to second. Third base umpire Mike Farman calls time. Dennis Cook's walking out to the mound as Mickey Garcia, the first base umpire, inspects the baseball.
Interested as to why he's inspecting the baseball. It was a high inside fastball. I thought I heard a nick that might have hit Hausinger, but Jack Hausinger's acting like it didn't hit him, and he's standing outside of the batter's box. But as Dennis Cook meets with Carson Whisenhunt, I mean, what could they be talking about? Not Cook and Whisenhunt. What could the umpires be talking about while expecting that baseball?
Maybe to check that it wasn't scuffed after hitting the backstop?
I mean, we got sticky stuff out here in Cape Cod Baseball League?
I do not think so. Whisenhunt good to carry on as Dennis Cook walks back to the third base dugout and Temez trots to home plate. Wareham leads Chatham 3-1. A 2-run homer from Blake Wright in the third, and then an RBI single from Torrin Montgomery in the fourth. 3 runs on 3 hits for the Gatemen. Wareham came into today with the 3rd best batting average in the Cape League. First pitch. Called strike. Excuse me. That was the 2-0. It's now 2-1 to Jack Hausinger. Popped out to Temez in the first, a high riser behind home plate. Junior from Xavier playing second base for Harvey Shapiro. Whisenhunt fires. This is high with a fastball.
Hausinger slugging at .350 this season. Has a runner in scoring position with only 1 away.
A guy that went through a power surge this year for the Musketeers. Only 5 home runs through his first 3 seasons, then hit 16 in 2022. 3-run count, 1 out. Runner on second. Chatham infield back. Hausinger calls time as Whisenhunt lifts his leg to drill it home. Didn't throw the pitch, instead spun gracefully like a ballerina towards the third base side, and Carson Whisenhunt walks behind the rubber, digs a hole with his left foot, and looks in to Dominic Temez for the sign. Outfield slightly shifted to the left. 3-1 pitch on the way. Low and outside, fastball at 93, and Jack Hausinger works a 1-out walk. Runners on first and second.
So you walk Hausinger, the best hitter on Wareham this season. With 1 out, runners on first and second. You set up the double play ball with a guy in Ty Evans who struck out in the last AB.
Evans got on base because of a drop third strike. Was called out on a fielder's choice that put Peter Burns on first. But Burns and Blake Wright scored on Wright's 2-run blast. 1 out, first pitch. Evans swings through it. Temez dropped the ball after receiving. Evans, one of 3 Florida Gators on the team. Derek Fabian, who also just arrived, and Michael Robertson, 2 outfielders as well, await their chance to get in the ball game. Evans swings at the 0-1, lifts it high and foul behind the first base dugout.
Ian, this has to be the most crowded game of the season so far here at Veterans Field, and I don't blame Chatham fans whatsoever. 70 degrees and sunny, a little bit of a breeze, nothing better here at Veterans Field.
Grandstand behind home plate, and the walkway behind said grandstand lined with bodies. Wisenhunt up 0-2 on Evans. Lefty checks second base and fires. Right-handed Evans pops it foul. Off the top of the bat and behind into the netting. Chatham bat boy picks it up and runs towards the third base side.
Jack Hausinger, the runner at first, his head is staring towards second base as the pitch was being delivered. I wonder if Carson Wisenhunt can pick up on this. Tell Noah Ledford, hey, let's go stand behind him.
Ledford behind the runner right now. Hausinger a wide lead as he watches Montgomery. 0-2. Breaking ball high above the zone. Temez to his feet to catch it. Wisenhunt's gone away from the changeup a bit in this 4th inning.
I wonder if it's because of the first pitch hits that Wareham's been getting off these last couple of innings.
Evans down in the count, 1-2. Wiggling the bat behind his head. Wisenhunt fires. Another breaking ball at 77. Misses up and out. It's not often you see Carson Wisenhunt throw the 12-6 to right-handed hitters, but from our vantage point, he's tried 2 in a row.
Yeah, they haven't broken 12-6 whatsoever. He's not getting on top of that curve.
2-2 count to Evans as Caden Rose waits on deck. 2 runners on, 1 out. The pitch. Evans half swing and miss. An awkward cut from Wareham's right fielder, who finished his swing looking at Harvey Shapiro in the third base coach's box. He heads back to the dugout. His 2nd strikeout of the day, first one that sent him home. With 2 outs, 2 runners on, Caden Rose. Wisenhunt a deep breath, he fires home. High fastball, Rose swings and misses. Evans and Rose both struck out in the 3rd. And Rose, the center fielder, quickly down in the count, 0-1. 2022 SEC All-Tournament teamer. Holds the hands low below his shoulder line. 0-1 count, Wisenhunt fires. Misses up and out, 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Hausinger's still doing that thing over at first base where he just stares at the base runner at second. It must be something where if he sees Montgomery move at second that he just goes. But it's shocking to me. I've never seen this before.
Adonis Herrera is having a little chat with Torrin Montgomery on second base. Herrera backs up to his position. 1-1 pitch. It's up and out. Temez can't receive it cleanly. Runners take off, throw to third. In time. Runners out. That ends the inning. Dominic Temez didn't catch a high fastball cleanly, but Montgomery hesitated while running from second to third. Temez threw a strike on the bag, and Miola tagged out the base runner. Carson Wisenhunt gets out of a 2-runner jam, but Wareham tacks another on the Montgomery RBI single. 3-1 Wareham through 3.5 at Veterans Field.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Like to tell you about now, baby. You know, she comes around. Just about 5'4". From her head to the ground. You know, she comes around here. Just about midnight. so good, love. She make her feel alright. And her name is G. L. Whoa. R. I. G-L-Y. Gloria. G-L-Y. Gloria. I'm gonna shout it all night. Gloria. I'm gonna shout it every day.
3-1 Wareham through 3.5. Michael Sansone back on the bump for the Gatemen.
After each home game and road game, the Chatham Anglers
Harvey Shapiro's crew with 3 runs on 3 hits and an error. Chatham a run on 2 hits. And Wareham in the last half inning did something, Joe, we've seen the Anglers do before, and that's run themselves out of a scoring opportunity.
And it was a tough read off the glove of Temez, right? I mean, it popped out, and the instant reaction from Montgomery was to go back to second base, because we've seen lots of errant pitches from Wisenhunt in that half inning alone. So it was just natural, go back to second. But then he thought at the last moment he could go get third base, but Temez just gunned him out. A little bit of indecision there from the Gatemen.
Temez starts the bottom of the 4th in the right-handed batter's box. Sansone hands over the head, now fires. First pitch ripped into left center for a base hit. Temez rounds first, takes a wide turn. His Alabama teammate Rose throws it in. One pitch in the 4th, 1 hit for Chatham. 3 hits apiece.
How about a little taste of your own medicine there? First pitch swinging. It's what's led to a few base hits from the Gatemen, too, to be specific. Attacking the first pitch, so Temez gets in front of that fastball, pulls it to left center field.
Adonis Herrera takes a long look at third base as Randy Whistler signals to him and the base runner Temez. Herrera now in the right-handed box. Sansone from the stretch, first pitch. Up and out, and Herrera waves and misses. Action starting to move in the Wareham bullpen down the right field line. Herrera shows Sansone the bat. Wareham middle infielders pinch towards second base, double play depth. Sansone checks the runner, fires home. Off speed, a half swing. Mike Rabideau says, yes, he did. Adonis Herrera down in the count 0-2 after striking out swinging in the second.
There wasn't even an appeal down to Mickey Garcia over there at first base. Herrera fooled on the off-speed stuff.
He struck out 3 times already this year, but calls time and steps out of the right-handed box. Sansone crouched, getting signs. Comes set, tapping the right foot rhythmically. Looks at first, now fires home. Herrera swings, pops it foul towards the Wareham dugout. Burns on the run, but he runs out of room. Ball bounced off the top of the roof. Montgomery was over there as it one-hopped off the netting and into his glove.
The disadvantage when you're playing at a ballpark for the very first time. That was a makeable catch over in the back corner of the dugout, but you just don't know how much room you have. You don't know where the ball's going to land. So a ball that hits off the top of the dugout, but it's a short roof.
Herrera's still down in the count 0-2, choked up on the bat. Sansone steps off the rubber, sending Temez back to first. Cape League All-Star in 2021, Michael Sansone. Played for the Braves last year. He checks the runner at first, fires home. Fastball high and inside. It hit Adonis Herrera. Clipped him on the elbow guard. Barely heard it from up here. But Herrera makes his way down to first. 2 on, no outs for Chatham. And Nate Nankel up.
Second beanball of the game from Chatham. And they come in big-time counts as well. 2 strikes to get your way on.
First baseman Montgomery in on the grass. First pitch, Nankel takes it low and outside. 83-mile-an-hour fastball Ran arm side for Sansone away from the plate. Ankle shows Sansone the bat. Waggles it behind his head. Temez a short lead off of second. The shortstop right checks in behind him. 1-0 pitch. Nankle squares around a bunt, pops it high over the netting behind home plate. It's foul. Chatham tried to execute a bunting situation yesterday with Jake DeLeo. He took a 2-0 strike down the heart of the plate, then popped the next pitch up and to the first baseman.
It also reminds me of today in batting practice. Marcus Brown tried to lay down a bunt, rolled all the way down the first base line at the very last second, missed first base and went foul. Marcus Brown he couldn't believe it.
1-1. Montgomery in on the grass at first. Nankle not squaring yet, now squares. Takes a strike. Just like DeLeo yesterday, that was an 83-mile-an-hour fastball. Would think the bunt's off. 1-2 count to Nankle. No outs. Chatham trails Wareham 3-1. Bottom of the fourth. This is a seventh-inning game. The pitch. Off speed. Nankle lifts it to center field. Rose steps to his left, makes the catch. Temez tags up, speeds to third. Throw comes in. It's late. It scoots away from the third baseman, but Sansone on the backup behind the bag. A late tag from Herrera, advancing to second. So Nate Nankle moves both runners 90 feet, both in scoring position. Gets a nice round of applause from the fans on the third base side.
I love that two-strike hit from Nankle because it was outside, drove the ball to where it was pitched to, and we talked about it in his last at-bat. He was trying to work on his swing this preseason, cutting up on the baseball with a poor launch angle. That was the exact opposite. That was a great launch angle, cutting up, driving the baseball to where it's pitched, and then it moves the base runners, which is even more important.
It brings up Aiden Miola. The first big-time situation for the freshman third baseman from Oklahoma State. 0 for 3 against Brewster with 2 strikeouts. He also hit into a double play. First pitch. Changeup in the dirt. Miola takes it. Getting word from our media assistant Jay Klein that Wareham tried to appeal Dominic Temez's tag at second. It was ruled perfectly legal.
Always appealing down to second bases. Unless it's blatant that the guy left early. I mean, there's no instant replay in this league. It's always difficult.
1-0 count. Miola swings. Rips it foul into the netting behind home plate.
This would be quite the first impression for Aiden Miola. Hitless in the first game against Brewster. Now with runners on first and second and down 2, an opportunity to tie the ball game with a hit to the outfield.
Miola had a big-time 2 RBI single in Oklahoma State's 14-10 comeback win over Arkansas in the Stillwater Regional. 1-1 count. Sansone from the stretch. He fires. Off speed, Miola rolls over in front. Bounces it off the third base fence in front of the dugout.
He also smacked his right hand on his left leg. Knew that he got on top of the baseball. At least acted in that manner.
1-2 count, 1 out. Wareham infield plays back. Plenty of space down the right field line if Miola can take a ball that way. 1-2, the pitch. Miola swings and misses. Calls for a foul ball, but Burns fielded it, threw down to first. Time from the first base umpire, Mickey Garcia. Miola striding back towards home plate. So it looks like the ruling is a foul ball, and Aiden Miola has another life to live.
What's that expression? Cat has 9 lives to live? Miola's got 2 right now. Back in the left-handed batter's box to tie up the game, as I mentioned earlier, with a base hit to the outfield. So, Aiden Miola's got to restrap his helmet on. He's back in there.
Was not a foul tip, as the Wareham Gatemen thought. 1-2 count. Miola in the righty box. Lefty Sansone deals. Miola swings, rolls it foul down the third base line. In between Dominic Temez in fair territory and Randy Whistler in slightly foul territory. Miola shows Sansone the bat. Wiggles his hips and hands. 1-2 count. Sansone set and ready. He deals. Miola swings and stays alive. Foul ball back behind home plate.
Miola had an early stride on that pitch. Almost fooled by the off-speed stuff, but gets another chance in the righty batter's box.
4 foul balls for Aiden Miola in this at-bat. Flying out to left in the second right now. Fly ball could score a run. 1-2 count. Temez on third. Herrera on second. The pitch. Miola swings and misses. Strike 3. Cork screwed around on the swing and popped out of the right-handed batter's box. 6th strikeout for Michael Sansone, equaling his total in the season opener.
So Miola can't get it done, but now you pass the baton to a guy like Marcus Brown. A red-hot hitter to start this season with Chatham. Only 1 game where he was hitless.
Sansone steps off the rubber. Brown shows him the bat. Once, twice, 3 times. Now brings his hands behind his head. 2 runners in scoring position for the A's. The first pitch. Fastball slightly inside. Ball 1.
And Marcus Brown had 2 walks in the last game against Brewster. So if he gets on base, forces the bases loaded for Jake DeLeo, that's not bad either.
Brown in open stance in the left-handed box. 3 RBIs in the first couple of games. Swings at the 1-0, lifts it foul towards the parking lot. Out of play.
Wind starting to blow towards center field as well, not in any particular direction.
Brown 3 hits and 14 at-bats for the A's. 78 for Oklahoma State this past collegiate season. 1-1 count. Pitch coming in. It's inside. It clips Marcus Brown. Sansone's hit 3 Chatham hitters today. 2 in this inning alone. Herrera and Brown both catching fastballs off the elbow guards.
And Peter Burns goes to talk out with Sansone out on the mound. You think it's command of a fastball, off-speed pitches? I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's been left-handed hitters solely, well, outside of Adonis Herrera, so 2 left-handed hitters that have been plunked.
Sansone only hit 3 batters this season at Fairfield.
Jeez.
He had 9 games with 6 or more strikeouts. He's met that number today. But the control that Sansone usually relishes, not there. Gatemen still lead 3-1. Top of the order up with DeLeo. Bases loaded. First pitch. Breaking ball low and outside. DeLeo takes for ball 1 in the Chatham dugout. Coos encouragement. DeLeo singled and scored in the third on a Cooper Ingle double. Also an error from the left fielder Hogan Windish. 1-0 count. The pitch. DeLeo waves through it. High fastball and the quick bat of Jake DeLeo too far out in front.
Yeah, we see 84 on the gun to DeLeo. Main reason why he was out front, just swinging too hard.
Sansone does not throw hard. He's been in the mid-80s all day. 1-1. Lefty pitcher from the stretch. Here he goes. Misses low and away. Right-handed hitter DeLeo takes ball 2. Grayson Moore, right-handed pitcher from Vanderbilt, gets warm down the first base line. Sansone set. DeLeo ready. The 2-1. Right down the middle. Strike 2. Fastball in the inner half. Freezes Jake DeLeo, the same pitch he struck out looking on in the first.
Now it's just driving the baseball wherever it's pitched, and Chatham's done a good job of that today.
DeLeo a chance to knock in multiple base runners, maybe tie this game. Down 2 runs. 2-2. Outside. DeLeo a slight lunge towards it, but didn't swing the bat. Full count. 2 outs. Chatham's runner should be off with the delivery. Temez at third, Herrera at second, Marcus Brown at first. Wareham's infield back. The outfield giving room down the lines. Sansone set. DeLeo ready. The payoff. DeLeo stays alive. Foul ball straight into the netting. Right underneath the baseball, Jake DeLeo. 87 miles an hour. Sansone reaching out for all he has left.
You could hear Tom Holliday yell towards Jake DeLeo, relax, stay in there.
Caden Rose creeps slightly in center field. Full count to Jake DeLeo. Here's the pitch. Off speed, driven into deep left field. Windish goes back over his head. Gone! Chatham's first home run of the season. A grand slam for Jake DeLeo. 5-3 A's, bottom of the 4th.
Welcome back to Chatham, number 2. Plants a seed over by the batting cages. Got in front of that fastball and poked it. First home run of the year, we finally got one. Couldn't have come at a bigger moment.
Chatham, the last team in the Cape Cod Baseball League to finally send one out of a ballpark. And it's attached with 4 runs scored, 4 RBIs for Jake DeLeo. And so Harvey Shapiro heading out to the bump to make a Chatham Bars in call to the bullpen. We'll have the stats, the number, and the name of the new pitcher after a break. But Jake DeLeo, a loud crack of the bat, a grand slam into left. Chatham leads Wareham 5-3.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Chatham Bars in, call to the bullpen for Wareham. After a grand slam from Jake DeLeo, Harvey Shapiro calls on the right-hander from Vanderbilt, Grayson Moore. Stands 6'3", 200. Junior from Vanderbilt. 16 appearances for the Commodores, including 1 start. A 5.06 ERA. First batter, he'll face the lefty Cooper Ingle. First pitch from the windup. Called strike on the outside corner. Base is clear for Chatham. Wareham infield playing back, outfield straight up. Ingles reached base twice today, hit by pitch in the first, and a double. The 0-1. Fastball inside at 93. A considerable uptick in velocity from Michael Sansone to Grayson Moore. He'll throw a fastball, curveball, and slider. Engel calls time. Moore with pants pulled up midway, up his shin, delivers the 1-1. It misses up. A curveball, called ball 2.
And that change of speed that you mentioned, Ian, could have been the reason why they decided to make the call of the bullpen.
Engel swings at the 2-1, lifts it over our heads. Press box at Veterans Field, positioned at about 7 o'clock behind home plate, slightly down the third base line. Two count, 2 outs. Pitch comes in. Fastball inside. Engel lifts his arms out of the way. Engel, a .351 hitter at Clemson, awaits a full count pitch. It's a called strike 3. Backdoor breaking ball in the outer half ends the inning. Cooper Engel goes down to the dugout after a strikeout looking. But Chatham takes the lead 5-3. A grand slam from Jake DeLeo pates Temez, Herrera, and Brown. 5-3 Chatham after 4 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, south of the river you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain to hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places. But the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south.
Top of the 5th at Veterans Field. A 7-inning game, the first of 2 between Chatham and Wareham. The Anglers lead 5-3 on a Jake DeLeo grand slam.
After each home game,
Chatham bars in, called to the bullpen for Tom Holliday. Carson Wisenhunt stayed done. In comes Magnus Ellerts, right-handed sophomore from Florida Southwestern, who, in a win against Harwich, Chatham's only win of the season, struck out 7 batters in 3 2/3.
And Magnus Ellerts this past season with Florida Southwestern, 69 full innings, a 2.48 ERA, 101 strikeouts in 14 starts with the Buccaneers. Taking a quick look at Carson Wisenhunt's final line: 4 innings full, 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 7 punch-outs and 1 walk. He is in line for the win if the result holds here at Veterans Field.
The scouts sticking around for Magnus Ellerts. Left a few jaws wide open with his pitching performance against the Mariners. Through those 3 2/3, the 7 strikeouts already mentioned, but no earned runs, 1 hit and 1 walk. First batter, he'll face Caden Rose. His first pitch. Rose waves through it, 93 over the outer half. Ellerts, a lanky body on the bump. Starts his windup at his face, brings the hands over the head before the leg kick. His 0-1. A spinner on the inner half. Strike 2. Ellerts committed to Florida for this upcoming season. Rose chokes up on the bat with 2 strikes. The pitch. Called strike 3, outside corner. 93-mile-an-hour fastball freezes Caden Rose. His second strikeout of the day brings up the bottom of the order and Peter Burns. Joe, let's check out some MLB scores presented by Chatham Bars Inn, New England's premier oceanfront resort.
Well, it's 4:30 on a Monday, so
not a whole lot going on.
Not a whole lot going on.
First pitch to Burns, low and outside, ball one.
We have one final score over in Queens. The Mets took down the Marlins 6-0. David Peterson pitched into the 6th inning with his wife expected to go into labor.
1-0 from Ellerts. Called strike, fastball outer half.
Peterson snagged the win in that start as well. Later tonight, Spencer Torkelson and the Detroit Tigers at Fenway Park against the Red Sox. The Yankees battle the Rays with Cole and McClanahan.
1-1, breaking ball in the dirt. Burns swings through it.
The Giants and the Braves down in Atlanta. First pitch at 7:20. A few ball games tonight. Toronto takes on the White Sox in Chicago. The Royals and the Angels. Syndergaard on the bump for the Halos.
Ellerts, 1-2. Burns rolls over towards the first base dugout. It's slightly farther down the line. Still a foul ball, still a 1-2 count.
Good pitching matchup in the NL Central tonight between the Cardinals and the Brewers. Miles Michaelis and Corbin Burns. That game starting at American Family Field at 8:10. And the nightcap, Diamondbacks at Padres.
1-2 in. Strike three. Breaking ball drops right into the zone.
The shortstop, number 8.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Magnus Ellerts, who didn't lose a step since last Monday.
I've been so locked in on these MLB scores presented by the Chatham Bars Inn, New England's premier oceanfront resort, that I'm missing these looping breaking balls from Magnus Ellerts. 2 straight punch-outs looking to start this appearance.
First pitch high to the leadoff hitter, Blake Wright.
And we'll check on MLB scores once again in Game 2 later tonight. Hopefully we'll have more scores rather than pitching probables.
I would think so. 6:30 start in Veterans Field for Game 2. Next offering from Ellerts. A strike on the inner half. Mike Rabideau shows the finger. Blake Wright hit a 2-run home run in the third. First scores of the game. He swings at a high offering from Ellerts and pops it foul. Joe, the scouts are paying attention to Magnus Ellerts.
I mean, why wouldn't
you? A lot of
you?
notes. A couple chatters in between them.
He has a great fastball-curveball combination. Of course you want to give him a quick look.
1-2 count. Ellerts can strike out the side. The pitch to right. High fastball, and the Clemson infielder holds up. Temez appeals down to first. No swing, says Mickey Garcia.
I mean, he's standing at 6'5", 226. He has the build of a big-time right-handed pitcher. Had a 2.60 ERA in community college and followed up with 2.48 in JUCO.
A 2-2. Breaking ball low. Temez liked it, but Wright didn't. Kept the bat on his shoulder.
I liked it up here, too. A nice breaking pitch. Falls off the outside part of the plate. The righty Windish had to hold his bat back.
Full count to right. Ellerts glove at the face. Starts the windup. Fires home. Wright stays alive. Fastball in on the hands. He pops it foul over the first base dugout. Ellerts had 4 straight strikeouts against Harwich. It was the 2nd through 5th batters he faced. Full count pitch to right. He swings and misses. Excuse me, swings, pops it foul over the first base dugout again. 2 inside fastballs, and Wright's fouled them both off the other way.
And the righty-on-righty battle, you can throw that curveball here with the hitter expecting fastball.
Top of the 5th at Veterans Field, full count. Ellerts deals. Fastball just below the knees. Ball 4. The entire crowd shared a second of anticipation. But Ellerts couldn't paint the bottom of the zone. 2 outs, leadoff hitter on. Leadoff batter of the order on. Wright only attempted to steal 1 base at Clemson this year. Did not succeed. Hogan Windish in the box. Hitless in two ABs. Righty on righty matchup. Ellerts from the stretch. First pitch. Windish swings, fouls it into the netting behind home plate. Windish was the SoCon Player of the Year at UNC Greensboro. At .369, an OPS of 1,100. 16 home runs and 20 doubles. Ellerts fires home. Breaking ball in the dirt. 1-1 count. Windish checks Harvey Shapiro down third, who deals the signs. Herrera, the second baseman, pinched towards the bag. Left side of the infield, back outfield straight up. Ellerts checks first and delivers. Off speed sends Temez lunging behind the back of Windish.
Temez is a pretty athletic backstop. He's blocked some baseballs in the outside batter's box. He has a good job of moving his body in towards the hitter to snag errant pitches inside.
He's set up low as Ellerts is set. 2-1 pitch. High fastball up and out. Temez windshield wipers his left arm to grab it.
The wind blowing out towards dead left field now. We've seen a multitude of different directions here at Veterans Field.
The wind swirls in right center. Ellerts delivers. Windish swings through it. Runs the count to full. 3-2, 2 outs. Ledford checking with the first base dugout. And now works his way to the bag to hold on the runner right. Right should be moving with the pitch. Ellerts set. He fires home. Runner takes off. Windish swings, pops it high and foul. It bounces off the first base dugout and trickles behind the snack shack.
The ball hit off the dugout, bounced over the shack, and there was a fan who just got a hot dog, and he looked bewildered as he started to walk back towards dugout, or rather towards the grandstand, with a fresh plate of food in his hand. He's still smiling on his walk back.
And looks like a little girl got the baseball. 3-2, 2 outs, runner on first. Ellerts deals. It's lifted into center. DeLeo, a great jump, and he reels it in left center. Jake DeLeo read the liner all the way. And that strands the leadoff batter, Blake Wright, on first base. 2 strikeouts for Magnus Ellerts to begin the 5th inning. He stayed in form, hit 7 Ks against Harwich in Chatham's first win. The A's lead 5-3, looking for win number 2 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Of the 5th at Veterans Field. Chatham leads Wareham 5-3. The first of 2 games today. A doubleheader rescheduled from yesterday. Both games 7 innings. So the way it's looking right now, Wareham with 2 opportunities to tie the ball game, and a tie is final this Cape League season. 3-4-5 due up for the A's. Bottom of the 5th. First batter, Chuck Ingram. First pitch from Grayson Moore, called strike. 79-mile-an-hour breaking ball tags the bottom of the zone.
And some groans from the home supporters here, Veterans Field. Team's up 2. Come on, good spirits.
0-1. Ingram swings late and flares it foul over behind the first base side. Ledford and Temez also due up. Ledford switch hitting, taking left-handed practice swings. Ingram back batting gloves, 0-2 count. He awaits it. It's a called strike 3 on the outside corner. Second strikeout for Chuck Ingram.
The first baseman from Georgia Southern,
Still
number 7,
hitless
Noah
in the
Ledford.
Cape League this year.
Ingram now up to 6 strikeouts on the season. He's tied for second behind Caden Grice at 8. But the difference is that Caden Grice is batting .250 and has 8 strikeouts.
1 out, Noah Ledford up. First pitch from Moore. Breaking ball apparently high.
Yeah, that was a really good breaking ball. I thought it clipped the top edge of the zone. And Ledford sort of looked back to the dugout and
1-0 pitch. Outside.
I think he shared a similar reaction that we had up here in the press box.
Counts 2-0. Ledford bent knees. Pitch comes in, drilled to center field. Base knock for Noah Ledford. It drops in front of Rose, who flings it in. That was a sweet swing.
I was literally going to say those exact same words. Sweet swing. Because Noah Ledford just drives a baseball. It's great to watch because you see a lot of these hitters nowadays with the upward swing, trying to get that launch angle. But sometimes you just have to not hit down on the ball and generate that backspin. That's how the ball gets to the outfield. And from what we saw here, Noah Ledford with that lefty bat, it's exactly what we had.
Tom Holliday is going to make a change. A pinch runner in the baseball game for Noah Ledford. Rock Riggio from Oklahoma State takes the place of Ledford. That's going from 252 pounds to 180. 6'2" to 5'9".
I'll be interested to see how Tom Holliday works his defense coming up in the top half of the inning. Riggio is not a first baseman.
Caden Grice on the bench. He can play first, also a left-handed bat.
I wonder if they try and keep Riggio's bat in the lineup moving forward.
Riggio quickly off the bag. Moore's first pitch to Temez. Breaking ball, called strike. Grayson Moore, the Vanderbilt righty, has started 3 straight batters with off-speed pitches.
Riggio is 2 for 5 this season stealing bags.
He dives in safely as Moore picks over. Temez at the plate. 1 for 2 with a single in the 4th. Scored on the Jake DeLeo grand slam. He swings at the 0-1. It's a screwball down the first base line, and Montgomery catches the pop-up. Temez did not hit that one cleanly.
Looking at his bat, walking back to the dugout, staring at the handle. Screwed in that high. I mean, could definitely be something wrong with the bat after that.
With 2 outs, Adonis Herrera's up. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th, also came in to score on the DeLeo bomb. Shorter lead for Riggio. First pitch, up and out. Burns popped out of his crouch, almost akin to a pitch out. 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Grayson Moore. A 1-1 record this season for Vanderbilt. Pitched 26 2/3 innings. 65% strike rate in 2022. 1-0, Herrera swings. A high spinning ball foul. Riggio took a couple of hard steps off of first base, then shut it down.
Jack Hausinger, the second baseman, went towards second base thinking that Riggio was stealing.
Hausinger shaded towards the middle. Herrera shows the pitch of the bat, brings it high above his head. Riggio shortening that lead. Moore deals home, misses high. Slider that didn't break down, 81 miles an hour above the letters. 2-1 count. Tom Holliday right at the edge of the chalk line next to the third base dugout. Here's at the field. Moore deals the 2-1. Herrera on time with the swing, but didn't contact it cleanly. It pops foul over the net behind home plate. Nate Nankill on deck. A walk and a fly out to center field.
Tom Holliday giving signs to Randy Whistler, third base coach for Chatham.
Riggio's lead, 4.5 steps off the bag. He takes off. The pitch comes home. It's a ball outside. Burns his throw. Up and out. Hausinger knocked it down. Rock Riggio slides in safely.
Herrera almost came in contact with Burns at home plate. The righty catcher got out, popped to his left, and Herrera, the right-handed hitter, he's standing right there.
Riggio called for time on second base. Had hands on knees, now spits on his hands, rubs them together. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Adonis Herrera in the right-handed box against the right-handed pitcher, Grayson Moore. His first appearance for the Gatemen. 3-2 count, 2 outs. The pitch. Herrera rolls over down the third base line. Anderson fields it, throws across. Just in time. A split second before Herrera got to the bag, Max Anderson's throw arrived, and it holds the score at 5-3 Chatham through 5. The A's looking for win number 2 of the year and the first of a doubleheader against Wareham.
Chatham A's on the air. Well, I was born in a small town and I live in a small town.
Second inning of work for Magnus Ellerts and Tom Holliday with a couple of defensive changes for the A's. Caden Grice comes in to play first, and Rock Riggio stays in the game playing second. Riggio bats cleanup in the order because he replaced Noah Ledford as the base runner, and Grice will bat sixth if he gets another chance to come to the dish. He's hitting now in Adonis Herrera's spot.
And the odds that we see Caden Grice hit, almost slim to none. If Chatham keeps this lead going to the bottom of the 6th, the A's would have to bat around for Grice to come up.
First of 2 7-inning games today at Veterans Field. Ellerts' first pitch to Anderson. 82-mile-an-hour breaking ball on the outside corner. Ellerts from the windup. Deals the 0-1. 81, up and in. Ellerts struck out the first 2 batters he faced. This is second inning of work. Replaced Carson Wisenhunt, the starter, who gave up 3 runs through 4. 1-1. Tumbling curveball misses high. 7 strikeouts for Wisenhunt in his 4 frames. Ellerts is 2-1. Inside. That ties a season high for Chatham pitching, set by Ellerts against Harwich. 3-1 count to Anderson. Ellerts fires. Anderson swings and fouls it straight back.
Wareham came into this game 2-1 on the road. Chatham 1-1 at Veterans Field to start this season.
Anderson a single in the fourth. 3-2. Popped foul. The Nebraska third baseman was Wareham's third run. He scored on a single from Torrin Montgomery. Montgomery in the hole. Farrow on deck. Payoff pitch. A hot shot to second. Riggio tested immediately. He fields it, throws to first. There's the first out.
The designated hitter, number 17.
I think that's the dream middle infield right there for Chatham. Marcus Brown and Rock Riggio. Guess Oklahoma State fans, Stillwater's got to love the Chatham A's this year. You call them the Stillwater Anglers.
Miola at third. Brown at short. Riggio at second.
And Holiday's the manager.
Infield full of Cowboys and Caden Grice at first. First pitch to Farrow. Strike over the inside corner. Joe, let's check out some scores in the Cape Cod Baseball League. Sweet Tomatoes Pizza bringing us those.
2 other doubleheaders in the Cape today.
0-1 from Ellerts. Another strike, outer half.
Bottom of the fifth at Doran Park. The YD Red Sox up 2-0 on the Bourne Braves. And top of the seventh at White House Field, just a few minutes away from Veterans Field, Hyannis up 1-0 on Harwich.
Ellerts up 0-2 on Farrow. He fires. Off speed. Rolled over, foul. Almost nicked the left field line. Would have surely been extra bases for Farrow as the ball would have beaten Chuck Ingram to the corner.
Game 2 between YD and Bourne starts at 7. Connor Markle on the mound for the Red Sox. Ryan Fisher for the Braves. 7 o'clock game 2 between Hyannis and Harwich. But before then, game 2, Wareham and Chatham right here at Veterans Field at 6:30.
0-2 count to Farrow. Ellerts fires. A foul ball. And hit Farrow's bat. Must have glazed the top of it. Temez did not catch the ball, which skipped to the backstop.
And we have a crowd mic down there. It normally picks up the action at home plate. We couldn't even hear the tip on that one. Good ears from Mike Rabideau.
Farrow stays alive, choked up on the bat. Another 0-2. There's the swing and miss. Tight breaking ball from Ellerts. 83 on the gun. His third strikeout. Farrow's third of the day.
Number 14, Torrin Montgomery.
Magnus Ellerts dealing in this relief appearance. Second time we've seen him on the bump, and he's impressed us here in the press box with his fastball, off-speed variety, changing up locations, mixing it up to hitters. I mean, the first 2 strikeouts he had were strikeouts looking. That's how much his slider's working.
First pitch to Torrin Montgomery. Fastball called strike. Montgomery flied out to center in the second and singled in Anderson in the fourth. He was thrown out trying to steal third. 0-1 pitch. Curveball bounces in the left-handed batter's box. Montgomery 6 for 18 now in the Young Northwoods League season. His 5th game. Waits the pitch, waves at it, and pops it foul towards the playground down the first base line. Made the cross-country trip to the Cape, did Torrin Montgomery, a native of Kirkland, Washington. Transferred to Missouri from Boise State. Ellerts the 1-2, 2 outs. Montgomery golfs it into deep left center. DeLeo chasing it back. He's at the track. The ball bounces off the wall. Ingram fields it as Montgomery trots into second. A stand-up double with 2 outs keeps the inning alive.
That ball kept carrying, Ian. The wind's blowing out exactly towards left center field. Montgomery put a good swing on it, and the ball just kept rising. At the very last moment, hit the bottom of the wall. An extra base hit to keep the inning alive, as you mentioned. Could be a start of a little bit of something here for Wareham, down 2 with 4 outs to work with.
Next inning. At the end of this inning,
It's the top of the 6th at Veterans Field. A 7-inning ball game, the first of 2 today between Chatham and Wareham. Mound visit from Temez. Little chat with Ellerts as Jack Hausinger settles into the left-handed batter's box. Popped out to the catcher Temez and walked in his 2 plate appearances today. Junior from Xavier playing second base. A wide stance. Bent knees. Ellerts fires. Hausinger fouls it back. 0-1 count. Montgomery on second. Chatham leads 5-3. Grand slam from Jake DeLeo in the 4th. The first home run of the Anglers season, and a loud one. Ellerts stares into Temez. Gets the sign, comes set. Montgomery advances off second. The pitch. Called strike. 92 at the knees. 0-2 count.
And Hausinger shook his head side to side after that 0-1 strike call.
Ellerts peers in, still hasn't allowed a run yet. He comes set, Hausinger ready. The 0-2 pitch. High fastball, ball 1. Wind blowing from right to left now. Outfield playing straight up, infield back. Brown and Riggio chatting. The second baseman heels on the outfield grass. Ellerts comes set and fires. Slightly outside. Brown and Miola were headed towards the third base dugout, but Reich Rabideau won't pull the trigger. 2-2 count.
Ellert's not afraid to use his fastball in any sort of count.
Ellerts comes set. Checks second, fires home. Half swing, and a miss. Strike 3. 4th strikeout for Magnus Ellerts. 2nd of the inning. Hausinger goes back to the dugout and ends the top of the 6th. A hit, a double for Montgomery, but no runs in the inning for Wareham. Chatham up 5-3. Bats up next. Grayson Moore finishing up his warm-up pitches. Chatham one more opportunity to tack on insurance. The A's lead 5-3 over the Wareham Gatemen. Chatham looking for its 2nd win of the year. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio with you on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Beautiful day for a doubleheader at Veterans Field. High 60s, sunny, a light breeze.
We may have to pick a different one if we do not have
Bottom 3 in the order due up for Tom Holliday's crew. Nate Nankel, Aiden Miola, and Marcus Brown. 2 righties and a lefty. Mike Rabideau still icing his left arm. He was clipped by a bouncing ball that hit off of Temez's chest protector, got him in the left forearm. There's a bag of ice sitting on the Chatham Anglers on-deck circle. That's been on Rabideau's left forearm in between innings.
Rabideau will move to third base for game 2, so we won't have to sit behind the backstop for much longer, but definitely something to keep an eye on.
First pitch from Moore to Nankel. Low and outside, ball 1. Moore socks around the shin. Elastic bands on the pants to keep them steady. From the windup. Cutter outside.
That look reminds me of Little League when you got those pants with the little not the drawstring, the elastic band at top. Yeah, to give them back at the end of the season, too. That was always the worst part.
2-0 on the way. Breaking ball low and outside. Nichols walked once already today, and both of his at-bats very solid. In his second AB, he flied out to right center but advanced the runners. 3-0. Called strike.
My pants, so they always had the letters of my Little League club on it. So if you tried to finesse the system, you couldn't.
3-1 pitch coming in. Nankel, a hearty swing and miss. Head finish towards the left center field scoreboard.
When you're swinging a hot bat like Nate Nankel is, you have the ability to swing as hard as you can. Chin went all the way up into left field.
Payoff pitch. Nankel, a hot shot up the middle. Moore fields it spinning. Runs over to first, flips to Montgomery. There's the first out.
The third baseman.
Big one hop back to the bump. And Grayson Moore reached from left hip to right shoulder to field it.
Took a pirouette off the left side of the mound to throw that over to first base. Nate Nankel has speed as well. If a ground ball goes to the middle infield, Nankel has a chance to beat it out, especially with how soft that grounder was hit.
One out, Ada Miola up. First pitch, breaking ball, bounces in front of Burns. 1-0 to the third baseman from Oklahoma State. I have to give Nate Nankel a clap or two. 3 at-bats, no hits, but all very solid. 1-0 to Miola, misses low. Only registered at 53 on the radar gun. Speaking of radar guns, some of the scouts behind home plate have cleared out, but most still tracking the ball game. 2-0 to Miola. He swings and tail spins it over foul behind the Wareham dugout.
You talk about Nate Nankel having solid hits. It reminds me of Caden Grice's appearance against Hyannis back on June 14th. He was 0 for 4 with 2 punch-outs, but he lined out to second base in the third and flew out to right field. 2 hard-hit balls.
2-1 on the way. Miola swings, skies it right behind second base. Hausinger there, but the shortstop right calls him off, makes the grab, and there's 2 outs.
Shortstop from Oklahoma State, number 62, Marcus Brown.
2 down for Marcus Brown. 9-hitter for Tom Holliday today. Brown was hit by a pitch, scored on Jake DeLeo's grand slam in the third. Right now, the home run, the first of Chatham's season, the difference maker in this ballgame. Only going 7 innings, so right now, Wareham's last ups. First, the bottom of the 6th for Chatham. Brown takes the first pitch, a breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Now 25 miles an hour on the radar gun. Someone might need to kick that thing.
You pitching out there today, Ian? Or?
I threw a bit harder than 25. 0-1 to Brown. A slow roller to second. Hausinger in on it. He has time, throws to first, and retires the side.
The second annual
Chatham goes down 1-2-3, but it's up to the defense and Magnus Ellerts to wrap it up. A 2-run lead for the A's, looking for win number 2. Up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam. Staring at
the 7th. Last chance for Wareham to tie this ball game. 5-3 Chatham. The first of 2 contests at Veterans Field today between the A's and Gatemen. Doubleheaders in the Cape League this year. 7-inning games. Ian Unsworth, Joe Puccio with you on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Wareham 3-2-1 coming into today. Magnus Ellert's on the bump, first pitch. Low and outside to Ty Evans, right fielder. 7, 8, 9 due up for Harvey Shapiro's crew. Evans, Rose, and Burns. 1-0 coming in. Slider called strike, outer half. Have to say, Joe, I think these scouts have stuck around for Magnus Ellert's. There's 1-1 from the windup. Evans out in front. Swings through it, strike 2.
Yeah, he's had a very solid performance today. 4 strikeouts, only 1 walk. He's only given up 1 hit.
1-2 fastball, high and outside. Evans took it all the way. This is his first Cape League game. He struck out swinging twice. He reached in the 3rd on a drop 3rd strike. 2-2. Evans makes it 3. Swing and a miss. And Ellert's has K number 5.
The center fielder, number 12, Caden Rose.
Yeah. Magnus Ellert's coming out in relief for Carson Wisenhunt. That can be a pressure-packed scenario, right? Wisenhunt, a top prospect in this draft, comes out and he holds his own.
Wareham has 2 outs remaining. Harvey Shapiro goes to his bench. A pinch hitter, Ryan Campos, freshman catcher from Arizona State, filling in for Caden Rose. Campos 2 for 8 this year. Lefty bat. First pitch. Misses up and out. Here's the next offering. Campos squares it up into right center. DeLeo fields it on 1 hop. Went into a head-first dive, but slowed up and caught the ball after it bounced.
Your attention. Pinch hitting. Number 7.
Second straight pinch hitter for Wareham. Kellum Clark from Mississippi State has a quick conversation with Dominic Temez as Mike Rabideau fills out his lineup card. And Chatham players chatting with each other, looking around. Ellert's a stroll around the bump. Clark 4 for 16 through 5 games. Wide stance in the lefty box. Campos off first. The pitch. Clark out in front of 92. Swings and misses, strike 1.
So not only does this give Wareham an opportunity to win the ball game and get some of its best hitters out in the field, but now you warm up Campos and Clark to come in for game 2.
Campos a 2.5-step lead off of first. The pitch. Strike 2. Fastball outside corner. Ellert settles back in on the rubber. Peers in to get the sign. Game-tying run at the plate in Clark. 5-3 Chatham. Ellert's a deep breath. Checks first. Fires home. Off speed. Strike 3. Curveball drop dead center. Temez framed it up. And Kellum Clark's back to the dugout. Second strikeout of the inning for Magnus Ellert's. Top of the order up. Blake Wright, who hit a 2-run home run in the 3rd. Wright stands tall. First pitch from Ellert's. Up and out. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed bat.
That curveball from Magnus Ellert's on Kellum Clark was disgusting. Over the outside part of the plate, just looped it right in. And for Kellum Clark's first AB of the game, that was a rude awakening.
Ellert's working quickly. 1-0 on the way. Strike 1. Mike Rabideau shows the finger as 92 goes over the heart of the plate. Besides the home run, Wright's walked and struck out. Chatham infield back. Grice holds on the runner. 1-1 pitch. Off speed, right swings, fouls it over first base. Chatham looking for its second win of the season. The A's won 3-1. Second game against Wareham coming 30 minutes after the conclusion of the first. Wright checks out his black bat, taps both sides of the plate, holds his hands high. Ellert's set. He fires. High fastball. Ball 2.
I think Ellerts wants to go back with and get this out with the fastball. He's shown it plenty in this appearance that he can get outs with his curveball.
Ellert's a deep breath, and he fires. 2-2 pitch, up and out. 2 fastballs that Magnus Ellerts overcooks. Chatham's outfield playing no doubles defense. Ingram in left, DeLeo in center, Nankel in right, all deep. The Oklahoma State infield back. Grice holds the runner Campos on at first. Wright ready, Ellert's ready. The 3-2. Strike 3, ball game over. Magnus Ellert strikes out the side in the top of the 7th, and Chatham grabs its second win of the year. Fantastic pitching performances from both Carson Wisenhunt and Magnus Ellerts, and a Jake DeLeo grand slam. Get the first game of a doubleheader started the right way.
Magnus Ellerts, what a performance out of the pen. I know we've talked about Carson Wisenhunt all night long, but Ellerts out of the pen, 3 innings full, 2 hits, 7 Ks, 1 walk. He had a phenomenal performance out of the bullpen, something that should give the Anglers some confidence moving into Game 2.
Jacob Waters, the scheduled starter for Chatham in that second contest. But in the first, the A's take it 5-3. 14 strikeouts total for pitching of the Anglers. The Jake DeLeo grand slam and a Cooper Ingle double make the difference for Chatham. The Anglers Extra post-game shows coming up next. We'll have a post-game interview from Joe Puccio, highlights, and we'll get you ready for Game 2 between Chatham and Wareham. Don't go anywhere. Post-game up next.
Web radio, coast to coast. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul. Extra.
Back on the Anglers Extra Postgame show, Chatham beats Wareham 5-3 in 7 innings for its second win of the season. Jake DeLeo hit a grand slam for Chatham's first home run of the year, and he's down on the field with Joe Puccio to talk about it postgame.
The Anglers Extra Postgame show continues here at Veterans Field as Chatham took down with a win 5-3 in the first game of a doubleheader against Wareham. I'm Joe Puccio. I'm here with the man of the hour, Jake DeLeo. Jake, first home run of the season, not just for you, but for the team. A grand slam nonetheless. What was going through your head in that at-bat?
I was kind of on stuff all day. Found all 3 pitches off, fastball, changeup, slider. So I knew I was going to get something to hit, and I was going to be on it again, and the question was where it went, and I got it pretty good and went over the fence. So first home run always feels good, and it feels better when it's a grand slam and it helps your team win the game.
Second game of the season for you. Are you starting to feel a little comfortable in year 2 here in Chatham?
Yeah, no, it was nice coming back for year 2, kind of knowing everything I did from year 1, not having to put in directions every day to come to the field or go wherever I wanted to go. So it's nice. Definitely more comfortable this year, older, and that's about it.
Played out in center field today, had some nice catches ranging towards the left and right side. Did it take you an extra minute to get comfortable with the outfield today in batting practice?
No, I think I was pretty much good from the start. Only thing is getting all the fields here play a lot different. The grass is cut, some is high, some is short. So going from field to field, really the only thing is the bounces and knowing how fast the ball is going to come off the ground.
What's your team's expectation, mindset coming into game 2?
I think we kind of got the bats rolling at the end. Pitching has been really good this year, so just keep that going and roll it into game 2, and maybe we get something going, a little win streak.
Nice home run today, nice win. Jake, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
That's Jake DeLeo on the Anglers Extra Post-Game Show. Let's send it back up to Ian as we get ready for Game 2 here at Veterans Field.
Jake DeLeo, a big-time performance today for the A's, who needed some bats to get moving. Chatham came into this game with 11 runs scored, the worst mark in the Cape Cod Baseball League today. 5 on 5 hits, but the explosion from Jake DeLeo's right-handed bat, the grand slam in the 4th that played Dominic Temez, Adonis Herrera, and Marcus Brown made the difference. Chatham beats Wareham 5-3 in Game 1 of the doubleheader, so Game 2 should be 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. Should start around 6:45. We'll be with you on the air until the start of Game 2. Joe Puccio with you on play-by-play. I'll be riding alongside. It's time for the highlights. We'll get you those after a break. Chatham beats Wareham 5-3. First game, 7 innings. Second, coming up in a little bit.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Back at Veterans Field, the post-game show continues after the first game between Chatham and Wareham. The first of two doubleheaders for the A's this season. The second next Sunday against Hyannis. Right now, both teams warming up, stretching out, getting a bite to eat. This is the Anglers Extra post-game show. I'm Ian Unsworth. Chatham won the first, 5-3. A Jake DeLeo grand slam made the difference for the A's. Chatham with 5 runs on 5 hits, no errors, 4 men left on base. Wareham 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and 4 men left on base. We'll head back to the highlights brought to you by the Chatham Athletic Association, a game which started as a pitcher's duel. Carson Wisenhunt, the left-handed starter from East Carolina for Chatham, 3 Ks through the first 2 innings, and then Michael Sansone on the Wareham side, 4 strikeouts, 2 looking, 2 swinging in the first 2 innings. In the third, things opened up thanks to Wareham's leadoff hitter. Now home, he deals. Right jacks it into left center. DeLeo on his horse, back to the warning track. A leaping grab. No, he dropped it. It's over the fence. A 2-run home run for Blake Wright, and Wareham gets on the board. That was the Gatemen's second home run of the year, first of the season for Blake Wright. It was 2-0 Wareham after the top of the third. Peter Burns also scored. He got on base because of a fielder's choice. He grounded to first, and Ty Evans, who reached on a strikeout swinging drop third strike, made it to second. So in the bottom of the third, it was Chatham's turn to respond with a little bit of offense. Why not? The A's have been extremely slow with the bats in the past couple of games. DeLeo got on with a single, and then Cooper Ingle drove a blast down the left field line. DeLeo a 3-step lead off of first. Wareham infield back. Montgomery holds the runner. 2-2 pitch. Ingle flares it the other way. Down the line, base knock. He'll move for 2. DeLeo speeds into third, and Windish fumbles the baseball. DeLeo coming in all the way to the plate. No throw. Cooper Ingle extra base knock as Windish fumbled the ball down the left field line. It's a double. We'll see how the run scored is ruled, but all that matters right now, Chatham's on the board. It was ruled a double for Cooper Ingle, and Jake DeLeo scored on an error from the left fielder Hogan Windish, who played soccer with the baseball, let it get to his right foot, and it rolled behind him. So we fast forward to the fourth then. Chatham on the board, 2-1 Wareham, and the Gatemen would come right back to respond. Wisnunt's first offering, roped into left, in front of Ingram, a base knock. Anderson rounding third, he'll score with no throw. It's an RBI single for Torrin Montgomery after Chatham put up a tally in the bottom of the third. Wareham responds right back. The first of 2 hits for Torrin Montgomery, but he was thrown out trying to steal third. That ended the top of the fourth. Sound familiar, Anglers fans? I think so. And now we head to the bottom. Dominic Temez led off the inning with a single. Adonis Herrera, the next batter, hit by a pitch. After a flyout from Nate Nankel, a strikeout from Aiden Miola, Marcus Brown was doinked. The second batter of the inning to get hit by a pitch. Michael Sansone had only hit 3 batters at Fairfield in his last collegiate season. He hit 3 today. And then Jake DeLeo provided the pop all the Anglers fans had been waiting for. Caden Rose creeps slightly in center field. Full count to Jake DeLeo. Here's the pitch. Off speed, driven into deep left field. Windish goes back over his head. Gone! Chatham's first home run of the season. A grand slam for Jake DeLeo. 5-3 A's, bottom of the fourth. That was a lead Chatham would not relinquish. After Carson Wisenhunt's strong 4 innings, After those 3 runs, none others, he struck out 7 batters. Magnus Ellerts came in relief and did just as he did last Monday. 3 innings, 7 strikeouts, only 2 hits and 1 walk. The Gatemen never really threatened, didn't get a runner to third against Magnus Ellerts, and he ended the game the way Chatham pitching's done over the first week of the season, with a strikeout. Magnus Ellerts strikes out the side in the top of the 7th, and Chatham grabs its 2nd win of the year. Ellerts struck out Ty Evans, pinch hitter Kellum Clark, and Wright, who hit that 2-run jack to end the ball game, the first of 2 today at Veterans Field. The final lines here from the press box, high above the third base side of Veterans Field. Chatham with 5 runs on 5 hits, no errors. 4 men left on base. Wareham, 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 4 left on base. Your winning and losing pitcher, Carson Wisenhunt, got the win after his 4 innings and 7 strikeouts. 3 hits given up, 3 earned runs, and no walks. The losing pitcher, Michael Sansone, went 3 2/3, allowed 5 earned runs on 4 hits, a walk, 6 strikeouts for Sansone, which he did 9 times in his collegiate season. The 3 hit by pitches came back to bite him in the backside. Grayson Moore finished up the game for Wareham, the reliever from Vanderbilt, who was scoreless through the rest of the contest. And Magnus Ellerts got the save for Chatham with his 7 strikeouts through 3 innings. Rejoined by Joe Puccio, who will have play-by-play for the second contest starting in about 30 minutes. Joe, a big win for Chatham, one the A's certainly needed, and with a second chance to get at Wareham before traveling tomorrow.
Yeah, I think what I liked most about this victory was the pitching, right? I think we've been talking a lot about Chatham not being able to hit well, batting average under 200. They didn't have a home run coming in tonight's game. They got that done. But you look at Wisenhunt and Ellerts. The starter with 4, Ellerts with 3. Wisenhunt gave up 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 7 Ks and a walk. He gave the keys of the car to Magnus Ellerts, and he drove away in the sunset. 7 Ks, 1 walk, no runs, and 2 hits for the Florida Southwestern righty. I thought that the combination with the lefty and the righty was solid for Chatham, and when the A's needed the big-time hit, Jake DeLeo got it. I spoke to him in the postgame. He loves being back here in Chatham. He saw that pitch, knew he could drive it to that part of the field, and at just at the last second he hoped that it was gone. So that was a really good team win from the A's. They got the lead and wouldn't give it back.
The Chatham pitching's been strong all year, and today the hitting comes along with it. Chatham wins the first game 5-3. We're still rolling here on the Anglers Extra Post-Game Show. After the break, we'll take a look back at what happened Saturday in Chatham's last game against Brewster, and we'll get you prepped for Game 2 with interviews and more coming up next.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. Do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was a lonely teenage bronc and buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew I was out of luck the day the music died. I started singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Now for 10 years
Welcome back on the Anglers Extra, I guess you could call it, post-game show here at Veterans Field. We're around a half hour away from Game 2 between Chatham and Wareham. I'm Joe Puccio, and before we talk more about this game against Wareham and the win that happened in game number 1, let's just go back to the last time Chatham played. This was a road game against Brewster just a few nights ago. If you remember, June 19th was supposed to be the day, yesterday, which Chatham played Wareham in the doubleheader. But June 18th, the A's went on the road to take on the 2021 Cape League champions. Let's listen to how it played out.
Anglers Extra.
For the first time in this 2022 season, the Chatham Anglers take on the reigning champs. Tonight, the Anglers are in Brewster to take on the Whitecaps after a rain out yesterday, and the Chatham A's are back. Welcome to Stony Brook Field here in Brewster, Massachusetts. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. As we start the bottom of the third inning with Dixon Black. Second baseman lines it right towards Villeman, and he makes the catch. Dixon Black robbed of a base hit, and Chris Villeman walks around the pitcher's mound for out number 1. Oh my goodness, a screamer right back to number 14.
Another hard hit ball, one hopper to third. Malone slides. He can't stop it as it trickles into left field. And Jake DeLeo, in his first game of the 2022 season, has 2 base knocks. 2-2 to Engel. 2 outs. Hogan takes off. The pitch. A called strike 3. Engel frozen at the plate as Byrne awkwardly caught the baseball. But John West's first strikeout after 2 base knocks in the inning keeps Chatham down 1-0.
Infield in. Joe Miller deals 2-2. Curveball. Strike 3 looking. Fritz Genther rolls his eyes and walks back to the Brewster dugout. That's the first out of the inning. Miller comes set with the hands at the belt. First pitch, line in right field for a base hit. Lasco scores easily. Brewster breaks open the tie. It's 2-1 Whitecaps in the bottom of the 8th. He takes 2.5 strides off first. Leads towards second. Now goes. Quick throw down to second. Did he get there? No, he did not. Stolen base. Rather caught stealing for the final out. Score it 2-4 in your books for out number 3. Brewster gets its 4th win of the season, and Chatham loses the game on the base paths. 2-1 is your final score here at Stony Brook Field. So that was a tough loss for the Chatham A's following 3 games on the road, and one of them was rained out against Katuitt. So for Chatham to come back at home against Wareham and pick up win number 1 thanks to great pitching efforts from Carson Wisenhunt and Magnus Ellerts, and a nice grand slam. That always helps as well from Jake DeLeo. Gets Chatham back in the win column. So game 2 is coming up at around 6:45, maybe 7 here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. But before we do that, we have a very special guest here in the press box today. The play-by-play broadcaster, one of them for the Wareham Gatemen, Cam Zaire. Cam, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Of course, thanks for having me up here. Veterans Field, if you haven't been out here already, it's beautiful. Just looking at all the spots that you can watch the game, being right next to the press box is a great sight, and I feel like being anywhere here at Veterans Field is a great place to watch this game.
We haven't been to Spillane Field just yet, but I know Ian and we are waiting to take the trip all the way out west. How was your trip out here today?
It was good. About an hour drive. It's interesting because we're right off the Cape, or the Wareham Gatemen, so you cross the bridge and you don't realize you're on one main road for a good 45 minutes. We were the Wareham Gatemen. We traveled with them to Orleans, and that's, well, what is it, 15 minutes, 20 minutes about from Chatham? So, but it's still a good 40, 45 miles away from Wareham in the same direction. So it's just one straight line drive. It's hard to make mistakes. We made one around a roundabout, but hey, we made it. We're here. Watched a good baseball game. Of course, Chatham coming out on top, but watched good pitching and some better offense.
Yeah, I mentioned your trip, but before you made the trek out here to Chatham, Wareham came into this game 3-2-1 on the season. What's impressed you the most from the Gatemen?
I think throughout the first 3 games, what didn't impress me was the lack of hitting. What did was the pitching. Starting pitching throughout the first 3 games had a .47 ERA. That's incredible. The relievers had a sub-3 ERA, so they were keeping the opposing teams at bay. The offense, not so much. A 128 batting average, 11 for 86 throughout the first 3 games. So you wondered, would the pitching fall back down to earth, and would the hitting finally find their stride, maybe adjusting from metal bats to wooden bats? And they did, batting .313 over the last 3 games. But the Chatham Anglers did a great job holding this Wareham Gatemen team at bay. And yes, this Gatemen team still delivered a couple of hits, but you have to realize, for a team batting .313 over the last 3 games, for Carson Wisenhunt and Magnus Ellerts to do what they did is really, really impressive. So how Wareham got to 3-3-1 now was good pitching throughout and bad hitting, and then the hitting turning around, and it seems like the pitching has taken a dip from maybe a different galaxy back to the one we're in now.
Chatham improved to 2-3-1 on the early season with a win in Game 1 here at Veterans Field. I'm here with Cammie Zaire, the play-by-play broadcaster for the Wareham Gatemen. I wanted to talk to you about Michael Sansone. 3 2/3 innings, 5 runs, 4 hits, 6 Ks and a walk. He beamed 3 batters, but it seemed like he was in a rhythm until he got up to Jake DeLeo.
Michael Sansone is one of those pitchers where you can't really read him. Because usually if a guy is draft eligible and will most likely get picked in the top 10, top 20 rounds, he's someone that will focus on his velocity and pick a location to hone in on. Carson Wisenhunt did that today, attacking inside a lot, and I think that's what a lot of the major league scouts wanted to see. With Michael Sansone, he's gone from movement guy to more of a technical guy. He doesn't really top above 90, and he's used to mixing around his sequences depending on who's at the plate, with a lefty or righty delivering it to the outside or inside. He's a really good technical pitcher. And he was pitching really well. Yes, being 3 guys, because he was focusing so much on that inside location. I think the biggest issue with Michael Sansone is he's prone to that one pitch. Right? If he focuses too much on the inside and a Chatham player is standing in the batter's box maybe closer to home plate than he expected, you hit a guy, you load up the bases, a couple hits later, one down the middle, and Jake DeLeo can hit it out of the park. So I was impressed by Sansone. One bad pitch unfortunately sent Sansone back to the dugout, and depending on how the scorebook has it, with a game that he pitched in a losing effort. But I was impressed by Sansone and what he was able to do, even in a recovery effort, after hitting a batter in the first and walking another one in the second.
And then Grayson Moore came in with 3 1/3, 1 hit, 2 punch-outs. He sort of calmed down the Chatham bats, rather, towards the latter half of that game. Did you expect anything else from Wareham's bats after the DeLeo home run?
Not really. It's a Wareham team that has struggled in the last couple of games to get it going at the end of games. At the beginning of the season, the first 3 games where the Gatemen scored 4 runs, all 4 of them were past the 5th inning. So you thought, okay, this is maybe a latter inning type team. But then in the last 3 games, you have 24 runs on 35 hits, and it's like, okay, it's not just exclusive to the last 4 or 5 innings. So Grayson Moore did what he had to do. The issue is the bats slowed down, and I expected them to, because you don't bat .313 over the last 3 games and keep that production up when you're going up against really stout pitchers, especially because Carter Wisenhunt did a really good job as a lefty, quieting a lot of the Wareham guys who have been struggling against lefties. And then you bring in Magnus Ellerts. I just think that Tom Holliday did a really good job as the manager of Chatham, throwing out a lefty and then a righty and confusing these Wareham batters. They haven't been good at the latter end of games, and it showed today.
Is there one name on Wareham's roster that we didn't see in Game 1 that we should keep an eye out for in Game 2?
100% the 2-hole hitter Hogan Windish. Blake Wright's been great for this team. He had that 2-run shot. Torrin Montgomery has an RBI in back-to-back-to-back games and multi-hit efforts in all 3 of them. Jack Hausinger's top 5 in the Cape Cod League in batting average. A guy in Ty Evans is making his debut, so you really haven't seen him that often. But Hogan Windish entered this game on a 6-game hit streak. Every one of the games he played in the Cape Cod Baseball League looked like how he played in the Coastal Plains League a season ago. He just hit and hit and hit. That ended today as Wisenhunt retired him by way of the K in the first and then a pop-up in the third. I think he was just jamming him a bit more than Windish was used to, and that velocity got the best of the UNC Greensboro product. So if there's one player going into Game 2 that I'm looking out for, watch out for the 2-hole hitter Hogan Windish.
We'll look out for Harvey Shapiro's lineup card whenever it comes out close to Game 2. But Chatham with a 5-3 win over the Gatemen in Game 1 of this doubleheader here at Veterans Field. Cam, thanks for joining me here as I guess we could call it the Anglers Extra pregame show now. I mean, I don't know. Time is subjective nowadays in the Cape Cod League.
Very true. Thanks so much for having me. Really, really appreciate it. And the Chatham Anglers have always been so impressive in how they put forward the media, and it continues to show. So I really appreciate it, and good luck to your team come Game 2.
Well, hey, same to you down there, and hopefully I don't think there's any rain in the forecast here, no clouds.
A lot of sun.
We have a tent if we want it. If you're from San Diego, so it's fine. That's Cammy Zaire, the play-by-play broadcaster for the Wareham Gatemen. We are close to Game 2 here at Veterans Field between the Anglers and the Gatemen. Before we start up, Ian Unsworth will join us from the field. He's got a special angler to talk to. It looks like Nate Nankill will be speaking with Ian Unsworth. It's the Anglers Extra pregame show prior to Game 2 right here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Someday, yeah, we'll put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday when your head is much lighter. Someday, yeah, we'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when the world is much brighter.
Game 2 between Chatham and Wareham coming up in just a few moments here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. In Game 1, the A's took down the Gatemen 5-3 to improve to 2-3-1 on the season. I'm Joe Puccio here in the press box at Veterans Field. My partner Ian Unsworth, he's down at the field with a very special guest as we get things rolling here in Game 2. Ian, take it away.
Joe, I've caught 2 fish today. The second one is happy as a clam. Nate Nankill, right fielder for Chatham, joining me after the 5-3 Anglers win in the first game of the doubleheader. Second one coming up shortly. Nate, how's it feel to be back in the win column?
It feels really nice. I mean, we were struggling at first, and then just feels good to get back in the groove.
So you had 3 at-bats today, no hits, but 3 very solid at-bats. What was your approach at the plate?
Versus the first guy, just see the ball up because he's a crafty lefty, and everyone at first at-bat got like first pitch changeups in the dirt, so I was just trying to see the ball up and get a fastball up and just trying to get my pitch and just trying to work a good at-bat.
One of your fellow outfielders, Jake DeLeo, hit the first home run of the A's season, and we're 6 games in. What was that like in the dugout?
It was pretty exciting because off the bat I knew it was gone. It was crushed, and he said he didn't even get it, but it was a bomb. We all were pretty excited.
It certainly flew, and it was the reason Chatham won the ball game, 5-3. So what are we looking forward to going into Game 2?
Just try and get another quality win and try to beat these guys again.
Nothing like a doubleheader. 9 games in 7 days for you guys. How do you prepare for something like that? Not the same as a college season.
Oh no, it's not. I mean, like during the COVID year, some of us are used to it, so just try to get used to it again. Just try to keep our bodies in shape like we have been.
Is this your first time on the East Coast?
This is not my first time on the East Coast, actually, so I'm kind of used to it, but it's my first time up north on the East Coast, so it's pretty nice up here. I like it.
And last summer you played out in Corvallis at Oregon State Stadium. Now you're in the Cape League. What are the differences?
Some of the difference here, like every guy is a dude here. I mean, you're seeing like Friday guys and #1 relievers out of the pen. It's just really different, and it's really nice to see the best competition in the country here.
What's the best pitch you've seen thus far?
I don't think I've seen the best pitch so far, but I probably maybe a slider, some guy's slider. It was some righty. I think it was Falmouth, Levi Wells, I think his name was, but yeah, it's probably the best pitch.
Carson Wisenhunt was out here dealing today. The scouts were taking notice. What's it like playing a bunch of people that might decide your future in a couple of years?
It's pretty nice because I get to showcase my abilities, but most importantly, we're here to win, so that's number one thing.
That's a nice quality answer. I will say, Nate, for your information, the scouts in Falmouth were pretty impressed. Back on Tuesday, you caught a pop fly to right, threw it in on a sacrifice 5 play, and they were asking about you. So, hey, man, you're doing the right things. So back to the whole East Coast, West Coast thing. I need to know more about this. Do you prefer the East Coast beach vibes or the West Coast beach vibes?
Definitely West Coast, because it's like always sunny over there. There's never really a cold day, so definitely West Coast.
And it was 55 and windy yesterday, so not a day to go to the beach. East Coast rap or West Coast rap?
Honestly, I like both of them. I don't mind either, so both of them.
Are you an LA traffic sort of dude, or do you like driving in the woods here in Massachusetts?
Definitely here, because I hate traffic. I hate sitting in my car. I hate traffic, so definitely here.
What was your cross-country travel experience like?
It was pretty brutal, to be honest with you. I woke up at like 3:30 in the morning, get on a flight, and then got here at like, I don't know what time, like 8:30. It was a long day for me, so.
You had the red eye from California to Chatham. I don't think that's something any of us could ever get over. Last question, Nate. At Cal State Fullerton, you play against a bunch of great talent. Here, you're playing against, as you said, the guys, the dudes, everyone who might be an MLB prospect someday. If you had to pick, which one of these A's is going pro?
Honestly, anyone, because all these guys on the team are dudes, so anyone could go, to be honest with you.
So the scouts here might decide your future in a couple of years. Nate Nankel says all of his teammates are good enough to make the bigs. Thanks for joining us on Catch the Day, Volume 2.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The Anglers and Nate Nankel go for win number 2 of this doubleheader in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll go back up to Joe Puccio for more of the Anglers Extra postgame, pregame show. Same old thing at this point.
Yeah, something like that, Ian. I guess we can call it the pregame show now because, well, we have the starting lineups. We'll get to those in just a few moments. But both teams are in the respective dugouts. The starting pitchers getting their warm-up reps in the bullpen. So baseball's coming up soon here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Game 2 between Chatham and Wareham coming up in just a few moments. We'll have starting lineups, starting pitchers, whole lot more. Baseball in the Cape Cod. Nothing better.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Someday, yeah, we'll put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday when your head is much lighter. Someday, yeah, we'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when the world is much brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things will be brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things will be brighter. Someday, put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday, someday, we'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday,
The Anglers Extra pregame show for Game 2 here at Veterans Field rolls on. Tom Holliday and Harvey Shapiro have met at home plate. which means lineup cards have been exchanged, and we are almost ready for baseball. The Chatham A's are hanging out outside of the dugout. Some of the position players getting ready, and we have Chatham's lineup secured, so we might as well release the A's lineup and not hold you off from the excitement. Let's go over Chatham's starting lineup presented by the Chatham Squire. Leading off, second baseman from OSU, Rock Riggio. Batting second is in the center fielder from South Carolina, Matt Hogan. First time we're seeing him today. Batting third is Chatham's DH, Cooper Engel from Clemson. Another Clemson boy, first baseman Caden Grice gets the start in the cleanup hole at first base. Guy Garibay is out in right field. He bats fifth. Paul Winland Jr. is the third baseman batting sixth. Marcus Brown is the shortstop batting seventh. Tommy Caulfield, he's out in left field today. He bats eighth. And Nelson Rivera is behind the plate. So the new inserted starters for Chatham in Game 2. Matt Hogan in center field, Caden Grice at first base, Guy Garibay out in right field, Paul Winland Jr. at third, Tommy Caulfield in left, and Nelson Rivera, the catcher, behind the plate. Starting on the mound for the A's, Jacob Waters.
Jacob Waters has an extremely powerful fastball in that high 90s range, 95, 96 when he wants to run it up. The problem, Joe, the control. Waters has always had trouble finding the zone, a career walk rate of almost 8 walks per 9 innings. And in the opener, when he came in for Carson Whisenhunt, he struck out 5 and he walked 5. So the stuff is always there. However, can he put it in the zone? That's another question.
We'll get you Wareham starting lineup in just a second here as Chatham walks onto the field to begin its warm-up preparations. Same uniforms for both teams. Wareham in the road uniforms, navy blue with a red and white W on the left chest, red and white numbers on the bottom right. Same style of the number on the back. Gray pants with navy blue lining, blue hats with a red W plastered on the front. For Chatham, it's the alternate homes. Blue caps with the Anglers A in red. The blue uniform with the Chatham white script across the chest, red numbers in the lower left-hand corner, and the white pinstripe pants. A classic look for the A's here at Veterans Field. Final throw down for Nelson Rivera. And the first hitter for Wareham, Blake Wright, digs in. The A's took Game 1 5-3. Game 2 starts now here at Veterans Field. So happy you could join us alongside Ian Unsworth. I'm Joe Puccio. A full night of baseball here at Veterans Field. Jacob Waters works from the windup against the righty Blake Wright. Waters' first pitch is a fastball called to strike on the inside corner, and we are underway. First pitch at 6:57 in Game 2. Temperature at 64 degrees and sunny. The time and temperature presented by the Chatham Athletic Association. The 0-1 misses low. Waters works from the windup. He deals. Breaking ball. Wright dances out of the way, ducks his head, and exits the right-handed batter's box. 2-1.
And the scouts are back. Joe, they're here to see Jacob Waters pitch.
Well, they were here in his first start in the opening weekend homestand for the A's. Here's a 2-1. Fastball fanned on for strike 2.
That's the kind of stuff Waters has. 93 over the outer half. And Wright was nowhere close to touching it. When he rears back and lets it all loose, he'll blow it by hitters.
2-2 count to Blake Wright. Here's the pitch. Fastball grounded up the middle. Marcus Brown fields to his left, steps on second base, doesn't need to. Fires over to Caden Grice for the first out.
The left fielder from UNC Greensboro.
That brings up Hogan Windish. The left fielder from UNC Greensboro was 0 for 3 in Game 1 with a strikeout in the first inning.
Interesting that Windish is in left field again.
First pitch to the righty. Breaking ball finds the bottom of the zone for strike one.
Windish has been an all-around player in his time at UNC Greensboro. And he made an errand lift in that first game.
0-1. Changeup misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. Waters' changeup clocks in at 83 miles an hour. Waters works for the 1-1. Fastball kisses the dirt. 2-1.
Joe, let's touch on Chatham's defensive alignment, brought to us by Short and Sweet Ice Cream. Nelson Rivera behind the plate for the first time in a while, catching Jacob Waters. At third base, Paul Winland Jr., Marcus Brown at short, Rock Riggio at second, Caden Grice at first, Guy Garibay in right, Matt Hogan in center, and in left, Tommy Caulfield.
High drive, deep right field. Garibay ranges to his right. He dodges the sun and makes the grab for out number 2. Quick start to game number 2. 2 batters, 2 outs for Jacob Waters. Here comes Max Anderson, the second baseman from Nebraska. The same 3 hitters to start Wareham's lineup in game 2 that we saw in game 1. This time Anderson plays at second base rather than third. Waters takes a deep breath. His first pitch lined right up the middle. Fielded on a hop by Riggio. Over to first in time for the final out. A 1-2-3 first inning for Jacob Waters on the bump. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no men left on base. Wareham 0, Chatham coming up to bat as we start the second game here at Veterans Field.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC.
Hey, where did we go? Days when the rains came down in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and a running, hey, hey, skipping and a jumping in the misty morning fog with our hearts a thumping, and you, my brown-eyed girl. And you, my brown-eyed girl. And whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow? Gone down the old man with a transistor radio. Standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind a rainbow's wall. Slipping and sliding all along the waterfall with you.
Bottom of the first at Veterans Field, underway in game 2 between Wareham and Chatham. The Gatemen were set down 1-2-3 in the top half, and it's up to the A's to start in the bottom of the first. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Rock Riggio, the first batter for Chatham. He's playing at second base and digs into the left-handed batter's box against the right-handed starter, Jonathan Brand. His first pitch, fastball grounded over to Wareham's dugout for strike 1. Brand readjusts the baseball on the left side of the rubber. He's working from the stretch to start. The lefty Rock Riggio tightens his helmet. Gets set for the 0-1. Curveball that misses outside. Counts even. The bender at 76 miles an hour. Brand's 1-1. Holds his leg high and then fires. Off-speed pitch misses outside at 2-1. Similar, like a Nestor Cortez-esque delivery from Jonathan Brand, holding his front leg up until the very last second.
Called a pause for dramatic effect.
Doesn't pause there, as the 2-1s fouled back to the screen. Riggio late on a fastball. The Red Nun Bar and Grill pitching matchup, taking a look at Jonathan Brand. 1 start this season, 5 innings, 1 hit, 5 punch-outs, didn't give up a run. Brand transferring it to Auburn in the fall. 2-2. Breaking ball cut on and missed. Riggio drops to a knee for strike number 1. Rather, out number 1.
The center fielder from the University of South Carolina.
Let's take a quick look once more at the A's starting lineup presented by the Chatham Squire. Rock Riggio just led off. Matt Hogan's in the left-handed batter's box. Cooper Ingle, Caden Grice, Guy Garibay, Paul Winland Jr., Marcus Brown, Tommy Caulfield, and Nelson Rivera. So Matt Hogan digs in. 1 gone, bottom of the first. First pitch, high fastball, 1-0.
And Matt Hogan, Nate Nankel, and a couple other outfielders have been on the platoon system for the last week or so.
0-1, fouled down the third base line. Fabian tracks it down, but it goes out of play. Here's a short and sweet ice cream defensive alignment for the Gatemen. From left to right, Windish, Robertson, Clark. Third to first, Fabian, Wright, Anderson, and O'Brien. Campos is behind the plate, and Brand is on the mound. The 0-1 fouled back to the screen. Count goes to 0-2. Still getting our feet wet in game 2 of this doubleheader between the Gatemen and the Anglers. Matt Hogan's first at-bat of the day as the 2-hole hitter for Chatham. Stares down Brand on the mound. Brand gets the sign. He kicks, deals. High fastball misses inside, 1-2.
Would think this is definitely the time for Brand to come back with off speed. Saw a short up and down curveball to Riggio that stayed outside. 12-6 variety, not sweeping across.
Brand fires. Fouled over the press box. Matt Hogan stays alive. Matt Hogan was 1 for 4 in his last game against Brewster, had a strikeout in the loss to the Whitecaps. Had 6 doubles last year with the A's. Here's 2-2 from Brand. Curveball. Hogan stays on it, but fouls it over the press box. His front foot went first, kept his hands back to stay alive.
Hogan, great timing. After 2 straight fastballs, the breaking ball comes in, and he doesn't do too much. Knows to stay alive.
2-2. Line to right field. Does it stay fair? Yes, it does. Takes a 1-hop off the 314 sign. Hogan easily into second base. A 2-strike, 1-out double for the South Carolina center fielder.
Designated hitter from Clemson, number 37, Cooper Ingle.
Great piece of hitting. Brand comes inside with 2 strikes, but Hogan's right on it. Doesn't get jammed up, gets the bat head out in front, and strokes that baseball. Kellum Clark, the right fielder, was playing shaded towards center field. He had a long, long run to get to the corner. The ball bounced 1 inch to the left of the 314 sign down the right field line. If it wasn't for Clark's howitzer of an arm, Hogan could have been on third.
So Hogan stands on second with Cooper Ingle in the left-handed batter's box. Brand looks towards second, now delivers home. Fastball catches the outside part of the plate, 0-1. Tonight's umpires brought to you by the Audio Associates. At first base is Mike Fairman. At third base, the former home plate umpire, Mike Rabideau. And Mickey Garcia moves from first to behind the dish for game 2. Brand working from the stretch. He deals. Another fastball. That one's outside, 1-1. Cooper Ingle 0 for 3 in game 1. Struck out swinging in the first, struck out looking in the 5th. came into this doubleheader batting 167. 3 hits on the season. Hogan gets an aggressive lead at second. 1-1. Misses inside. Breaking ball. 2-1. So Matt Hogan hit 6 doubles last year with Chatham. Batted just 137 with South Carolina this spring. And puts an extra base hit on his ledger for 2022 here at the A's. 2-1. Breaking ball. Engel swings right through it. Drops to his left knee as the count evens at 2.
Engel strongly out in front. Maybe he was looking for something else. On the topic of Matt Hogan, Joe, Tom Holliday told us that he was underutilized, didn't play that much in South Carolina. So those numbers aren't fully fleshed out.
Brand with his hands held high, he fires. Curveball, sprayed to shallow right field. Second baseman Anderson ranges under and makes the easy catch on the infield dirt for out number 2.
The first baseman from
So Cooper Engel, now 0 for 4 today, 0 for 1 in game 2. And this brings up Caden Grice. The Clemson first baseman came on as a defensive replacement in the 6th inning. There's a whole lot of shuffling when Rock Riggio came in to pinch run for Noah Ledford. His first AB of the day with Matt Hogan at second base. No score here at Veterans Field. First pitch, curveball drops in the zone for strike 1. 70 miles an hour on the gun from Jonathan Brand. The fans on the hill that stayed for game 1 are here for game 2. Hogan aggressive lead, 0-1. Swung on and missed. Grice behind on a curveball, and he's down 0-2.
The Brand breaking ball is getting the best of the Clemson lefties.
Caden Grice 1 for 3 last game. 2 punchies and a walk against Brewster. Hogan with 3 strides off second. 0-2. Curveball bounces in the dirt. Campos pops up. No throw to third. Scored a wild pitch that moves Matt Hogan to third base. Count goes to 1-2.
Great jump from Hogan. We had this conversation during the Falmouth game, Joe. When you're on second, the ball bounces to the right of the catcher. You want to take off for third, but if it's down the third base line, usually you stop because it's a shorter throw.
Matt Hogan gets about halfway down the third base line. Fabian isn't covering him at the bag. 1-2 count to Caden Grice. The pitch, drilled deep left center field. Robertson ranges to his right. He's at the track, at the wall. It's gone! Caden Grice's first home run of the Cape League season. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Chatham up 2-0.
After 5 games with no home runs, how about 2 in the matter of 4 innings? Great swing, a fastball up and out, and Caden Grice takes it backside. Lets it travel, got it all with the barrel. That's the mark of a great hitter, Joe.
First pitch to Guy Garibay, high outside fastball. And Caden Grice, with as big a figure as he is, towering at 6'6". His first home run going opposite field. 1-0. Grounder, second base, goes into right field for a base hit. Anderson was hugging second base. Garibay found the hole between first and second. He's on with 2 away.
Number 20, Paul Winland Jr.
And as I was saying about Caden Grice, towering left-handed figure, to pop that one over left center field takes lots of strength. He stands at the top railing of the dugout, and Paul Winland Jr. digs into the left-handed batter's box. First pitch, fastball catches the outside corner, strike 1. A 2-run home run from Caden Grice is the first scoring in game 2. The A's up 2-0 over the Gatemen. Caden Grice feeling himself at the A's dugout. 0-1. Curveball. Dances in the zone. 0-2 on Winland.
Looks like Brand's throwing two kinds of curveballs. The 12-6 and then a sweeping one. Seems like the 12-6 is going to lefties, sweeping to righties.
Brand from the left side of the rubber. Comes set. Hands at the belt. Fires. Curveball. Strike 3 caught looking. Winland Jr. set down on strikes to end the first. But Caden Grice puts on the exclamation point. A 2-run shot from the Clemson first baseman gets Chatham on the board first. It's A's 2, Gatemen 0 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Little ditty about Jack and Diane, two American kids growing up in the heartland. Jackie gonna be a football star. Diane's debutante backseat of Jackie's car.
Take care of you. There's no line at the merch table.
Sucking on chili dog.
Top of the second here at Veterans Field. The Chatham A's up 2-0 over the Wareham Gatemen thanks to a 2-run blast from Caden Grice. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. The Gatemen were set down 1-2-3 in the first against right-hander from West Virginia, Jacob Waters. Batters 4, 5, and 6 due up as we start the top of the second. Ty Montgomery the first to dig in. He's a right-handed batter, wearing number 14 in his high blue Navy socks. Rearranges the dirt in the right-handed batter's box. Jacob Waters in his second inning of work. Comes set, works from the windup. First pitch, fouled down the first base line. Lands close to the Wareham dugout. A fan tumbles as he tries to catch the foul ball. The Gatemen relief pitcher squawking at him. 0-1 count.
Joe, could just be my perspective, but right now there's a big gap in left center field. Montgomery hit a double there in game 1.
Here's the 0-1 from Waters. Curveball, check swing didn't go. Ball landed in the dirt. Rivera gloved it. Torrin Montgomery, junior cleanup hitter, gets ready for the 1-1. Another curveball that goes in the dirt. Rivera eats that with his chest. Montgomery stands at 6'4", 245. Was 308 his freshman year at Boise State. Then went to Missouri and just took off. Junior year batted 365 with 7 home runs. Here's a 2-1. Drilled down the left field line, but it's foul. Landed in the shed down the left field line, or at least close to it. Pulled that baseball more than 340 feet. So I wonder if that closes up the gap in left center field. It really doesn't. Matt Hogan shades to the right side of second base.
Means Tommy Caulfield in left has a lot of ground to cover.
2-2. Fastball misses low and inside. The count runs full.
Now Hogan crossing sides of second. He'll move into left center.
Hogan gets a direction from Randy Whistler, the hitting coach, perched atop Chatham's dugout. Waters comes set, 3-2. Grounded over to Chatham's dugout. Torrin Montgomery stays alive. Montgomery played first base in game 1, batted in the 5-hole. He's the cleanup hitter for Wareham and DHs for game 2. Defense, normal depth. Waters fires. Grounded right up the middle. Riggio fields it. No one's at first yet. Grice gets over and gets him out. Caden Grice had to scramble over towards first base. Has to shimmy out of the way as Montgomery flew down the base paths. 4-3 put out for out number 1.
That's an error in communication from Waters and Grice. And those are 2 second-year anglers. Guys that played together last year. Luckily, Grice made it back to the bag in time, but there was indecisiveness between the two as to who was covering first. Waters was late to get over. Grice had to scramble back.
With 1 out, Kellum Clark digs in the lefty batter's box, swings at the first pitch, grounds it foul down the third base line. Kellum Clark was a pinch hitter in the 9th inning in Game 1, struck out looking against Magnus Ellerts. It was the 6th punch-out of Magnus Ellerts's 7 strikeout appearance. Waters shakes off some signs from Rivera, now fires towards home. Curveball fanned on. Count goes to 0-2. I talked to Cam Rezaire, the broadcaster for the Wareham Gatemen, before Game 2 started, and he said, keep an eye on Kellum Clark. He's one of the best hitters on Wareham this season, and didn't play at all in Game 1, rather than that pinch hit appearance. Here's Waters 0-2. Fastball, foul down the third base line. Into the protective netting, just past the A's dugout. Defense at normal depth. Matt Hogan, the center fielder, shaded over to the left side of second base against the lefty. Waters hands at the belt. He deals. Curveball in the dirt, strike 3. Rivera applies the tag, throws down to first just for good measure, and that's the second out.
Clark has had 2 very uncomfortable at-bats. Doesn't look as if he's comfortable at the plate, getting a very good mix of pitches from Chatham arms.
5 up, 5 down for Jacob Waters through 1 2/3. Wareham's catcher's in the lefty batter's box. First pitch, fouled on the third base line. Ryan Campos was a pinch hitter in the 9th inning, had a single against Magnus Ellerts. One of just 2 hits that the right-handed Florida Southwestern relief pitcher gave up. Waters fidgets with the ball in his glove, still working from the windup on the left side of the rubber. Donned in his blue Chatham alternate jersey, he deals. Breaking ball, fouled off to the backstop. 0-2 to Campos. Waters grabs some dirt from behind the mound. Readjusts his cap, puts it back on his head, licks his fingers, and gets set for the 0-2 offer.
Make sure you say he wipes him off. If he doesn't, it's a balk.
Those new MLB rules. Waters 0-2. Curveball misses outside, 1-2. He did wipe it off as well.
I'm pretty sure that's been a balk since I can remember.
Really?
Yes. If you grab dirt or lick your hand, you have to wipe your pants off. Wipe your hand on your pants. Show that you're discarding of whatever substance you put on it.
Well, Mickey Garcia thought that he wiped it off. No call. Here's a 1-2. High fastball, knuckle towards first base. Waters fields it himself off the mound and steps on the bag to record the final out. Score at 1 unassisted for the final out of the top of the 2nd inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no men left on base. 6 up, 6 down for the right-hander from West Virginia. It's Wareham 0, Chatham 2 on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
A man walks down the street, he says, why am I soft in the middle now? Why am I soft in the middle? The rest of my life is so hard. I need a photo opportunity. I want a shot at redemption. Don't want to end up a cartoon in a cartoon graveyard. Bone digger, dogs in the moonlight. Far away, my well-lit door. Mr. Beer Melly, get these mutts away from me, you know. I don't find this stuff amusing anymore. If you'll be my bodyguard, I can be your long-lost pal. why am I short of attention?
It's 2-0 A's as we start the bottom of the second. Marcus Brown, Tommy Caulfield, Nelson Rivera due up for the Chatham Anglers. 7, 8, 9 in Tom Holliday's order. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. We were talking during the break about Caden Grice's home run in the first inning that gave Chatham the 2-0 lead. Ian, that's the first time Chatham scored first this season. Can you believe that?
Yes.
6 games in, game 7, Chatham finally scratches the scoreboard first.
And coming into today, Chatham the only team without a home run. And now, even if Bourne and Hyannis don't play today, Chatham's bumped out of last, tied for 6th in the league in home runs.
Well, they're tied with Wareham with 1. First pitch to Marcus Brown. Fastball outside. 1-0.
Make it 2 with the DeLeo grand slam, Jake. Joe, I just called you Jake for some reason.
It's kind of crazy from you. Here's the 1-0 from Brand. Fouled back to the screen, 1-1.
I had Jake DeLeo on the mind. I was thinking about, should I give it back to Jake? Joe?
Well, I mean,
it happens.
We should give Jake DeLeo a mic out there in center field. At
we've
least for game 1, it would have been interesting. This game, he's sitting on the bench, so it wouldn't have been impressive.
Mic'd ups on the bench are fun.
Brand's 1-1. Drilled in the right field for a base hit. Marcus Brown reaches first base safely. And the second base hit to right field in game 2 for Chatham.
Number 4, Thomas Caulfield.
Chatham hitters are zeroing in on the fastball. Brand has the curveball, the fastball, hasn't shown us much else. And right now, with the curve, a strike, let's say every other pitch or so, the Chatham bats are hunting heaters.
Here's Tommy Caulfield playing left field tonight and standing in the left-handed batter's box. Brand works from the stretch. Brown with 2 strides off first. Brand fires towards home. Fastball outside, 1-0. Fabian, the third baseman for Wareham, playing close to the grass. Just 2 steps off of it in the dirt. 1-0. High fastball, check swing, appeal down third. No swing, says Mike Rebido. I say appeal down to third, but the third base umpire, Mike Rabideau, sitting close to second base with Marcus Brown at first and nobody away. Brand deals. Swing and a miss. Caulfield late on 92 miles an hour. 2-1.
But that was a getting fastball, hunting fastball hack. Caulfield still going for the heater. And he saw it out of the hand. Got slightly aggressive. Triggered that swing slightly early.
Fabian back at normal depth as the third baseman for Wareham. Brown takes aggressive hops off of first base. Went from about 2 strides to 5 strides off the bag. Brand doesn't throw over.
Marcus Brown trying to guess Brand's timing.
Brand comes set for the 2-1. Curveball, drops in the zone, catches the outside corner. 2-2.
A lot of the times, base runners use timing systems. They count and try to guess when the pitcher goes. A lot of a UCLA count is common in baseball. Brown could go on the C, or Brand could lift the leg on the L.
Here's 2-2. Swung on and missed. Caulfield fans on a curveball for out number 1 and has some choice of words for himself as he walks back to Chatham's dugout.
Number 3, Nelson Rivera.
First out of the inning. Marcus Brown still at first base. The 9-hole hitter, Nelson Rivera, digs into the right-handed batter's box in his bright orange and yellow neon cleats. Not sure if USF rebranded to those colors. First pitch from Brand. High fastball, 1-0. 90 miles an hour on the gun. Nelson Rivera was a defensive replacement against Falmouth, went 0 for 1 in that game. But the only other game he played in was the season opener against Catuit, in which he went 0-2. 1-0. Curveball catches the bottom of the zone. Nelson Rivera, one of 4 Puerto Rican players on the Chatham A's this year. member of the 2022 Buster Posey Catcher of the Year Award watch list. Brand comes set from the left side of the rubber. Marcus Brown takes strides off. Pitch. Popped up. Foul ground. Campos ranges over towards Chatham's dugout, and it lands on some lawn chairs just over the protective netting. Campos ripped his helmet off, the hockey-style mask from the backstop. Sprinted over towards the on-deck circle for Chatham. Couldn't make the grab when the ball went out of play. So Brand gets a new baseball from Mikey Garcia. Puts his hands over his head, resets. Marcus Brown gets his lead off of first. 3 strides off the back. Brand has his hands at the belt. Moves his hands forward, pitches. Fouled off. Brown went to second, has to retreat back to first.
Brown's been getting jumpy for about the past 3 pitches.
1 gone in the bottom of the second. Chatham has a 2-0 lead thanks to a 2-run home run from Caden Grice with 2 away in the bottom of the first. It was the first home run for Chatham this season. Rather, second home run, thanks to a Jake DeLeo blast in Game 1. First time the A's got the lead. Here's the 1-2. Curveball just misses. Nelson Rivera glances towards Randy Whistler, who gives some signs to Marcus Brown. Rivera stays alive with a 2-2 count. Wright and Anderson, the middle infield for Wareham, in double play depth. Brown takes 3.5 strides off first. Just past his original cleat markings. Brand deals 2-2. Runner goes. Ball in the dirt. Throw down to second. The tag's not in time. A high throw from Campos. Marcus Brown sneaks his way to the right side of second base.
Tough pitch to throw on for Ryan Campos. Curveball in the left-handed batter's box, so Campos reaches across his body to glove it, threw the ball from his knees.
Rivera in a 2-2 count with 1 out. Marcus Brown in scoring position. Brand with his hands at the Navy belt. He kicks, deals, grounder up the middle. Anderson throws over to first, and that's the second out. Marcus Brown moves to third. So that stolen base plays pivotal for Chatham. Had Brown stayed at first base, it would have been an easy double play.
And because Brown was at second base, Anderson was shaded up the middle. That ball was hit right to him. If Anderson's playing in the normal second baseman spot, he's at least ranging over to his backhand side to make the play.
Chatham's order flips, and Rock Riggio digs into the lefty batter's box. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Brand's first pitch. Swung on and missed. Curveball landed in the dirt. 76 miles an hour. 0-1.
That's the third curveball that's caused a swing and miss from Rock Riggio. An interesting in-between pitches. Home plate umpire came out and gave Jonathan Brand the stop hit. I think he told him to slow down.
Brand's working from the windup. Throws another curveball, and that's fouled away towards Wareham's dugout. 0-2 on the OSU second baseman. His counterpart, the shortstop, both in Chatham and at OSU, Marcus Brown, stands at third base. Chatham leads 2-0 in the bottom of the second. 0-2. Grounder to first. Played off a hop. O'Brien, underhand, flips to Brand, covering at the bag for the final out. So Marcus Brown, the first batter in the second inning, gets on with a single, moves all the way to third base, but he can't come across to score. It's 2-0 Chatham here at Veterans Field. Top of the third coming up next. the top of the third here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham leads 2-0 over the Wareham Gatemen. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Batters 7, 8, 9 for the Gatemen. Connor O'Brien, Derek Fabian, and Michael Robertson. We'll see O'Brien first as he clears out dirt in the right-handed batter's box. Jacob Waters in his third inning of work. He's faced 6 batters and retired all of them. Here's his first pitch. Fastball misses low, 1-0. Connor O'Brien did not play in Game 1. Ends a 6-Gateman stretch where we've seen all the batters in Game 1. 1-0, fanned on, and missed for strike 1. Defense in a normal alignment with the wind blowing out to dead center field. A gorgeous night for baseball. Waters 1-1. Skips in the dirt, 2-1. Fastball at 91. Scouts still in attendance to watch Jacob Waters. Pitching here in Chatham to improve his draft stock for the draft in July. Waters deals. Swing on a miss. 94 on the gun to Connor O'Brien. It's 2-2. Slivers of Slivers of sunshine in right field. I'm going to stop talking now.
All right, Waters.
Here's his 2-2. Grounder to first. Grice takes it himself, and he'll step on the bag. Waters ran over to give him some help, but Grice doesn't need it for the first out. 3 unassisted. Doesn't have to battle that sliver of sunshine I was trying to mention, because it's only out there in right field.
Much better communication from Grice and Waters that time. Grice called him out, called off the pitcher before he even got the baseball. And Waters, the jog was just for show.
Showing his athleticism to the scouts. First pitch to Derek Fabian is a strike in the outside corner. The right-handed third baseman gets set for the 0-1. Drill to the shortstop. Marcus Brown fields it on a hop and throws it over to Caden Grice for the second out.
What you'd call a worm burner. Ball that stayed low all the way, and Brown almost came up early on it, but luckily kept the glove low enough in time to snag the baseball. And so far, haven't seen Marcus Brown put a foot wrong when throwing the baseball across the diamond. Very accurate with the arm.
2 gone. In stands Michael Robertson. First pitch, 94 miles an hour, misses outside, 1-0.
I know we've ragged on the hitting of the A's for a couple of games now, but the fielding has been excellent. Chatham best in league in errors, only 1.
1-0. Fastball inside, count goes to 2-0. And the only error on the season was a Tommy Caulfield overthrow at second base. It's because he had to eat the baseball, had to sort of find it around and just quickly throw it over to first. So it wasn't an egregious error that resulted in any runs. So Chatham's defense well behind the pitchers. Here's Waters for the 2-0. Fastball in there on the outside corner, 2-1. Waters rubs the baseball in his hands, licks his fingers, and then wipes it off, so no balk, thanks to Ian Unsworth's knowledge. Comes set, deals 2-1. Fouled right back to the screen. 2-2 on Robertson.
Robertson didn't play this season at Florida. Missed the whole entire campaign with injury.
Waters works from the windup on the left side of the rubber. Righty on lefty matchup. Waters fires. It's blocked. Curveball spiked into the dirt. Bounces towards the backstop. Count runs full. Robertson in his 3rd game with the Gatemen this season. Still looking for his first hit. Waters hands at the belt. He kicks. Deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 in the dirt. Rivera tried to apply the tag, and I guess he did. But no, he didn't. Rivera didn't get the tag on. He threw over to first. Caden Grice caught the baseball, but he was already on the infield grass. So Randy Whistler voicing his complaints to Mickey Garcia. Garcia emphatically shakes his head no. He did not get the tag down. So it's a strikeout for Waters, but an error on the first baseman.
I have never seen that before.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the umpires acted as if the play was still going. So the order flips over to Blake Wright. First pitch curveball drops in for strike one. I'm perplexed.
Caden Grice has got to get his mental right, get back in this ball game.
Quick check at first base. Robertson slides back in time.
He's been playing some outfield, now playing first. Going back and forth sometimes throws you off. First the communication with Waters, and now this.
Waters in the stretch for the first time tonight. Glances towards home and delivers. Fastball in the dirt. Count goes to 1-1. And you heard the coaching staff from Chatham yell, "Come on, guys!" Because it's a simple play, especially when your pitcher, Jacob Waters, is dealing. Faced 8 batters, set them all down. In the 9th one, he struck out. 1-1. Check on the runner at first, Robertson.
And Waters is stinging those balls over towards Caden Grice.
Blake Wright in the right-handed batter's box, grounded out to short to start the ball game. Waters takes a deep breath, delivers 2-1. Runner goes. Rivera wanted to throw down to second, but Robertson's swing was in the way. Correction, Blake Wright's swing was in the way. Robertson goes to second. 2-2 count with 2 gone. In the top of the 3rd, Wareham trails 2-0. Waters comes set, glances towards second, takes a double take, now fires home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That one stayed up, so Rivera didn't have to apply the tag. And that's the final out of the inning. No runs, no hits. Well, we don't know if there's an error just yet. The scoreboard hasn't updated, but just 1 man left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Chatham up 2-0. We're back at Veterans Field. The home Anglers up 2-0 on the Gatemen. Matt Hogan, Cooper Ingle, and Caden Grice due up for Chatham in this bottom half. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Jacob Waters has faced 10 batters, a starting pitcher for Chatham. Retired 9. I want to call it 9.5. He struck out Michael Robertson, but an E3 kept that inning alive. Chatham with 2 runs on 4 hits. Here's the first pitch to Matt Hogan. Fastball right down the middle. Hogan, standing in the left-handed batter's box, hit a double in his first at-bat. He trotted home in front of Caden Grice for a 2-run shot. 0-1. Line into right field. right at Clark. But it took a hop before then.
Base hit for Hogan. He's swinging a very hot bat.
Number 37, Cooper Ingalls.
Ball had carry until the very last moment. Hogan's 2 for 2 to start the night.
And maybe it helps that this is also Brand's second year in the Northwoods League. Pitched for the Gatemen in 2021.
You mean the Cape League, right?
I just said the Northwoods League.
First pitch to Ingle. Fastball outside, and the count goes to 1-0.
So we knew that was bound to happen at some point. It just did.
I'm surprised it happened in Game 7 and not earlier. We're in the Cape League. Chatham's up 2-0 on the Gatemen. Brand comes set at the stretch. He fires. Grounded on the first base line. Will it stay fair? No, it does not. Brand scooped it up at the very last second as the ball trickled foul. Hogan retreats to first. Ingle goes back to the left-handed batter's box.
Brand almost fielded it behind his back. He ran into foul territory, and you have to keep that ball foul. If it trickles back fair, Ingles passed the baseball. Very tough throw to first. You risk hitting the batter in the back.
Ingle with his orange elbow guard and orange leg sleeve. He gets back in the left-handed batter's box. Takes 2 pats on home plate and puts the bat behind his head. Check on the runner at first. Hogan's back in safely. The defensive alignment for Wareham is playing bunt defense on Ingle. Fabian is on the infield grass. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Ingle in front of an off-speed pitch at 79 miles an hour. The count goes to 1-2.
Would not expect Cooper Ingle to bunt, but he is a guy that can take the baseball both ways. He's
Hogan
utilized the right field line and left field line.
Hogan takes 2.5 strides off first in an athletic stance. Brand looks towards home. Fires. Grounder to short. This could be 2. Right flips to Anderson. Over to first. It's a double play.
Now batting for the Anglers, the first baseman from Clemson, number 31.
6-4-3 in the scorebooks. And quickly, there's 2 away in the bottom of the third.
That was tailor-made. Right, didn't have to move. And usually that's an easy turn. Anderson at the bag on time and smooth as butter for Wareham's infield.
2 gone in the bottom of the third. And here is Caden Grice. First pitch. Grounded to the second baseman, Anderson. Easy play over to first. Beats Grice by a stride for the final out. The inning started off with a bang, a single from Matt Hogan. But a double play ball from Cooper Ingle and a ground out from Caden Grice ends the inning. No runs on just 1 hit, no errors, and no one left on base. We'll go to the top of the 4th here at Veterans Field. It's Chatham 2, Wareham nothing. Here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network, Jacob Waters back on the mound for his 4th inning of work. No hits in the hit column for Wareham here at Veterans Field. Don't go anywhere.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC.
I bet you never heard old Marshall Dillon say, Miss Kitty, have you ever thought of running away? Settling down, would you marry me? If I ask you twice and beg you pretty please. She'd have said yes in a New York minute. They never tied a knot. His heart wasn't in it. He just stole a kiss as he rode away. He never hung his hat up at Kitty's place. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Wearing my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. Stealing a young girl's heart, just like Gene
We're through 3 full innings here at Veterans Field. The home Anglers up 2-0 on the visiting Gatemen as we start the top of the 4th inning. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Hogan Windish, Max Anderson, and Torrin Montgomery due up for Wareham. The first batter, Hogan Windish, into the right-handed batter's box. Jacob Waters starts his 4th inning of work from the windup. First pitch kisses the dirt, gloved by Rivera, 1-0. Windish flew out to right field in the first inning. Blue and orange skies by the sunset, 1-0. Fastball misses low, 2-0. 64 degrees and sunny in Chatham. Not many clouds, but some of them peering over in the right field foul grounds. Waters takes a deep breath, fires the 2-0. A fastball, called strike. 93 miles an hour on the gun. Waters with his hands at the belt. Gets the sign from Rivera. He kicks, deals. Another fastball. That one misses low at 92 miles an hour.
Lights starting to come on at Veterans Field. That's great for the darkness aspect. We can keep playing into the night, but at the same time, it's tough to catch those pop-ups.
3-1 from Waters. Another fastball. That one landed before home plate. Rivera gloved it. It's a 5-pitch walk to Hogan Windish. The candles at Veterans Field flickering. The sun hiding behind the trees in left center field. 7:51 here in Chatham. Sunset within the next hour. Max Anderson, the second baseman's in the righty batter's box. First pitch, breaking ball misses low. Hogan Windish stands on first base. Still no hits for Wareham yet. Rivera has a talk with Jacob Waters on the mound.
Tomorrow's actually the longest day of the year, sunlight-wise.
Hey. Maybe we'll have to find the beach at some point. Even though the A's will host the Falmouth Commodores tomorrow at 7 p.m. I mean, hey, we can go at, noon or 1, catch some rays, throw around a football.
We'll have ourselves a time. I believe it's the summer solstice, Joe?
Yes, that's what it's called. 1-0 from Waters. Fastball grounded on the third base line, foul. Paul Winland Jr. scoops it up and, wanted to throw it back to the pitcher. But Jacob Waters got a new baseball from home plate umpire Mickey Garcia. The bat boy runs over and gets it. Nobody out in the top of the 4th inning. Chatham up 2-0. Righty on righty matchup. Max Anderson with a stride and a half off first. Waters delivers. Fastball misses inside, almost clipped the hands of Max Anderson. Count goes to 2-1. Wind blowing out straight center field. We've seen 3 long balls today. 2 from the A's, 1 in each game. 2-1. Fastball misses low at 92, counts at 3-1. Cy Nielsen's warming up in Chatham's bullpen. Jacob Waters hasn't allowed a hit yet. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Gatemen. Runner on first, nobody away. Waters comes set, hands at the belt, he deals. Check swing. Mickey Garcia calls it a strike. Full count.
Inside fastball. And Anderson couldn't decide whether he wanted to go or not. Probably a strike even if he doesn't swing.
Waters gets back on the bump. Looks towards Nelson Rivera, gets the sign, nods his head. Takes a deep breath, comes set, fires. Fastball line into center field. Hogan races after it. It drops in front of him. A full count single for Max Anderson. Jacob Waters gives up his first hit of his outing.
Same exact pitch. This time Anderson fisted it over the infield. Got the foot down early instead of being late and indecisive. He attacked the baseball.
And I'll bring up a hypothetical situation here. I'm just thinking if it was a no-hitter for Jacob Waters, and the only reason why it wouldn't have been a perfect game was because of a strikeout throw over to first that Caden Grice wasn't on first base on, I mean, it's still a no-hitter, but definitely would have been a tough pill to swallow. Torrin Montgomery digs in the righty batter's box, but now exits it for the second time. Dennis Cook exits Chatham's dugout to speak with the starting pitcher, Jacob Waters. As I mentioned, the lefty from BYU, Cy Nielsen, second-year A's, warming up in the bullpen. Nobody out in the top of the fourth inning. Runners on first and second. Chatham leads 2-0 here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Ian, what do you think Dennis Cook is talking about with Jacob Waters out on the mound?
Either how to attack Montgomery, who's put 2 great swings on baseballs today, or giving Cy Nielsen more time down the left field line. I think Waters doesn't have much more left in the tank, at least in a Cape League start. You're only expected to go four innings maybe, and this also was a 7-inning ball game, so the A's are going to play the cards close to the vest.
Montgomery back in the righty box. First pitch from Waters. Swung on and missed. Fastball at 95 miles an hour. Some of the scouts take out their pens and write that one down. 0-1.
And maybe the message was, hey, this might be your last hitter, so give it all you got. That's the upper range of Waters' fastball velocity.
The 6'4" Montgomery in the righty box. 0-1. Curveball bounces in the dirt. Rivera blocks it, picks it up right in front, and deals it back to Waters.
And curveball looked much more natural out of the hand. So whatever Dennis Cook did say to Jacob Waters, it seems like he's relaxed a bit more and he's just letting his stuff go.
Waters rearranges his blue cap, places it back on his head, licks his fingers, wipes it off, comes set on the left side of the rubber, looks towards second, fires home. Swing and a miss. Fastball in 93. Count goes to 1-2 on Torrin Montgomery. Defense in normal depth. The outfield playing close to the warning track, not comfortably close. But a single into the outfield could bring home Windish from second. Waters comes set. 1-2. Curveball, foul tipped into Rivera's glove. A strikeout swinging for out number 1.
Big time curveball. A lot of high fastballs from Jacob Waters to Torrin Montgomery. And finally, he snapped one off and sent the big DH back to the dugout.
Ian, I think your guess as to if this was Jacob Waters' final hitter, well, it was correct. Jacob Waters gets fist bumps, pats on the chest, glove pounds, everything as he strides off the mound and gets a round of applause from the Chatham faithful. It's a Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen when we come back. Cy Nielsen, the lefty, takes over for Jacob Waters. It's 2-0 Chatham on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Thumb stuck out as I go. I'm just traveling up the road. Maps don't do much for me, friend. I follow the weather and the wind. I'm hitchhiking all day long. Got what I can carry in my song. I'm a rolling stone just rolling on. Catch me now, 'cause tomorrow I'll be gone. Family man gives me a ride. Got a pregnant Sally Yes, indeed, so children are a gift. Thank you kindly for the lift. I'm hitchhiking all day long. Trucker gears his engine down.
Pitching change for Chatham in the top of the 4th inning. Only one out, but runners on first and second. So pitching coach Dennis Cook pulls out his phone and dials up the Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. Lefty Cy Nielsen on the bump for the A's.
Fastball, slider, changeup. A guy who Tom Holliday said really impressed last year and didn't get enough usage at BYU. The Cougars had him as a situational one-inning guy, but Tom Holliday sees him as a starter.
He started against Harwich in Game 2 of the season. 3 1/3, 4 hits, 2 runs. Both of them were earned. 3 punch-outs and a walk. His second appearance of the Cape League season, he sees Callum Clark with 1 away and runners on first and second. Cy Nielsen fires. First pitch off speed at 85. Callum Clark fans through it for strike 1. Middle infield at normal depth. Lefty on lefty battle. Nielsen gets the sign from Rivera. Comes set with the hands at the belt in his blue and white stirrups. Looks towards second. Now delivers home. Fastball. Just missed low. 92 miles an hour. Counts even. Cy Nielsen had 8 appearances last season with Chatham, an ERA of 5.70. His glove tucked to the right side of his uniform. Looks towards first, now darts towards second. Fires. Misses outside. Slider at 85, 2-1. Windish at second, Anderson at first. 1 away in the top of the 4th. The go-ahead run, Callum Clark at the dish. Fired over to second. Marcus Brown doesn't apply the tag.
Saw the A's working on that in preseason practices. That might have been a called play from the dugout.
Nielsen did a full 360, or rather a 180 on his way over to second. He comes set from the left side of the rubber. Takes a pause, now deals. Fastball misses low, count goes to 3-1. Callum Clark went 3 for 5 2 games ago with 3 doubles. He played for Wareham last season and batted 190. 3-1. Fouled over to the Gatemen dugout. Full count.
Clark, plenty of experience in big moments. Played with Mississippi State in the 2021 College World Series. Won a ring. Hit a 3-run home run in Game 3.
Nielsen takes a deep breath. Full count offering. Misses high and inside for ball 4. Almost hit Clark's hands on the barrel of his bat. The bases are loaded.
Arizona State, number 11, Ryan Campos.
Ryan Campos digs in. He's Wareham's catcher. He stands in the left-handed batter's box, rearranges the dirt with his faded white cleats. Wearing high socks, dark navy. Has a black Evo Shield helmet and black Adidas batting gloves. Windish at third, Anderson at second, Clark at first. Cy Nielsen from the stretch. Grounded to third. Winland over to second. Riggio on the transfer to first. It's a double play. The A's get out of a jam. with a 5-4-3 double play. And the A's come away unscathed. No runs on just one hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Chatham leads 2-0. Cy Nielsen gets out of a jam. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
Rose, he knows he's such a credit to the game, but the Yankees grab the headlines every time. Melodrama's so much fun, in black and white for everyone to see. Whoa, me, I'm trying just to get to second base, and I'd steal it if she only gave the sign. Whoa, she's gonna give the go-ahead. The inning isn't over yet for me. For me, I got the old man's car. I got a jazz guitar. I got a tab at Zanzibar. Tonight is where I'll be. I'll be.
Bottom of the fourth here at Veterans Field. Chatham leads 2-0 as we see Garibay, Winland Jr., and Brown due up. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for the A's. Garibay in the lefty box. First pitch to him. 79 miles an hour, misses low and inside. Oh, 1, grounded to the first baseman O'Brien, steps on the base with his left foot for out number 1.
The third baseman from Florida Southwestern.
Hot shot from Garibay, who's made solid contact for the majority of the season. But it's 50-50 as to whether it gets through the infield.
1 gone, and in stands Paul Winland Jr., the lefty third baseman. Brand's first pitch is a curveball that drops in the zone for strike 1. Jonathan Brand in his 4th inning of work. He's given up 2 runs, both of them earned. It was a home run from Caden Grice. He works from the windup, fires. Change up, grounded over to the second baseman. Anderson fields to his left, throws to O'Brien at first. Quickly 2 up and quickly 2 down for Chatham.
The shortstop from Oklahoma State, number 62.
Brand getting in on the hands of lefties with fastballs. Both of them late swings.
Marcus Brown takes his time getting into the left-handed batter's box. Strolls behind the home plate umpire Mickey Garcia and fixes up the dirt. Sets his hands at the bottom of his beige and black bat and gets set in the box. 2 gone in the bottom of the fourth. Chatham leads 2-0. First pitch. Fastball, called strike, 90 miles an hour. Brand gets the sign from Campos. Deals the 0-1. Lined right up the middle. Field to the left of the shortstop right. Over to first. Got him by half a step for the final out. Well, a relatively quick bottom of the fourth inning here at Veterans Field. 1, 2, 3, go the A's. Chatham still leads 2-0 here at Veterans Field with 5 hits. Wareham comes up to bat in the top of the 5th. No runs and 1 hit for the Gatemen on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
The Rolling Stones welcome us to the 5th inning here at Veterans Field. Chatham leads 2-0 as we start the top half of the inning. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Connor O'Brien, Derek Fabian, and Michael Robertson, 7, 8, 9 for the Gatemen due up against the left-hander from BYU, Cy Nielsen. The right-handed O'Brien digs in. Nielsen works from the stretch on the left side of the rubber. His first pitch fouled over the protective netting behind home plate, 0-1. O'Brien grounded out to Caden Grice in the 3rd inning. Stepped on the bag himself. Now Nielsen gets the sign from Nelson Rivera. Nods his head, comes set, and deals. Grounded foul towards Chatham's dugout. It hits Tom Holliday. And he picks it up with his right hand. Keeps the ball himself, and then pump fakes towards the bat boy. Looked like he was going to fire it at him, just standing 2 feet in front. Oh, Tom Holliday, playing tricks on everybody. Counts it 0-2 to Connor O'Brien. Nielsen with a deep breath. He deals. Fastball just misses low at 93. Nielsen paraded around the mound as if he had struck out O'Brien looking.
Nicky Garcia's been on and off with that bottom edge of the strike zone all day.
Defense in normal depth. Nielsen deals 1-2. This one's flared into center field. Matt Hogan shades over to left center and makes the one-handed grab for out number 1. Ian, let's take a look at some scores from around the major leagues, presented by Chatham Bars Inn, New England's premier oceanfront resort.
Getting into some nighttime major league action on this Monday evening. One final score from earlier. The Mets took down the Marlins 6-0. Brandon Nimmo at the top of New York's order, 3 for 5, a double, 2 runs scored.
Derek Fabian, the right-handed third baseman, gets set against Nielsen. First pitch to him. A fastball catches the inside corner, 0-1.
The Sox are up 2-1 in the top of the 4th against the Tigers. Detroit has a man on second with 1 out. And the Pirates lead the Cubs 3-0. That's the game in the bottom of the 3rd at
0-1. Fastball misses low, 1-1.
Joe, your Yankees are sticking it to Shane McClanahan, up 1-0 in the top of the 5th.
Hey now.
Playing down in the Trop.
Ew. I'll tell you what, Veterans Field, more aesthetically pleasing than the Trop. 1-1. Grounded down the 3rd baseline, foul.
The Angels, Andre Palant, former A, and Davis Daniel, former A, action later tonight against the Royals in Anaheim. Padres and D-backs in San Diego at 9:40. Blue Jays, White Sox, and Cardinals, Brewers just getting underway.
1-2 count to Derek Fabian. Pitch. Fastball. Called strike 3 in the outside corner. 2 up, 2 down. Cy Nielsen records his first strikeout.
From the University of Florida, number 35, Michael Robertson.
A nice mix of locations from Nielsen and Nelson Rivera. Oh, that's a little tongue twister. Go inside, outside, inside. Keep the batter guessing.
Yeah, I had that problem a little earlier. I had to emphasize it was Nielsen to Nelson Rivera. So here's the 9-hole hitter, Michael Robertson, left-handed center fielder. Takes the first pitch outside for ball 1.
Joe, one other score. The Braves up 1-0 on the Giants, bottom of the 3rd in Atlanta. Those are your MLB scores brought to us by Chatham Bars Inn.
1-0 from Nielsen. Fastball outside, 2-0.
New England's premier oceanfront resort.
So the Yankees are up 1-0. How'd they score that?
We're not going that. We're not going that deep in there.
I guess
relax.
I'll watch the game after. We only have 3 more full innings in Game 2 of this doubleheader, a 7-inning contest. 2-0. Fastball catches the outside corner. Michael Robertson winces at the strike call. Lefty on lefty battle in the top of the 5th. 2-1. High fastball called to strike on the outside corner. Robertson rearranges the dirt in his batter's box, shakes his head from left to right, and dials back in. Pink skies in center. 2-2. Curveball bounces in the dirt. Rivera blocks it. Cotton candy-esque clouds in right center field. The sun lowering. Can't even really see it anymore in between the trees in left field. Dark blue skies behind home plate. 3-2. High fastball swung on and missed. Bounces out of Rivera's glove. Goes in front of him. He picks up, throws on 1 foot, and gets him out by half a stride. Nelson Rivera runs all around home plate, finally picks up the baseball and deals it over to Caden Grice. His teammates give him an earful as he kept his foot on the bag that time for the final out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no men left on base. We are flying through Game 2 here at Veterans Field. 2-0 A's.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Round, round, get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around, get around, round, round, 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 I get around. I'm getting bugged driving up and down the same old strip. I gotta find a new place where the kids are hip. Getting real well known, yeah, the bad guys know us and they leave us alone. I get around, round, 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 I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around, get around, round, round. Take my car, cause it's never been beat, and we've never missed yet with the girls we meet. None of the guys go steady, cause
We're back in Chatham. Veterans Field is the site of the Anglers leading the Gatemen 2-0 as we start the bottom of the 5th. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Wareham makes a Chatham Bars In call to the bullpen. Ian, what do we have on Eric Swan?
He threw 52 innings for Middle Tennessee State in 2022. The Blue Raiders, rather cool mascot. Struck out 44, walked 33, a 7.62 ERA.
That's Eric with a Q. Tommy Caulfield, Nelson Rivera, Rock Riggio due up for Chatham. I don't think I've ever seen Eric spelled with a Q, unless it's De'Eric King, the quarterback from Miami, but that's the only one. First pitch to Riggio. Fastball at 96 miles an hour. That's a different pop of the glove, and that's also strike one.
That's a very easy 96.
The 6'6" righty from the left side of the rubber. Works from the full windup. Hands at the belt, he deals. 96 on the gun once more. Misses low and inside. It sounded as if it nicked Rock Riggio's feet, but Riggio still hanging outside the left-handed, rather Tommy Caulfield hanging out of the left-handed batter's box.
Swan also throws a slider and a changeup. But right now the scouts are here for the high velocity.
1-1 to Caulfield. Popped up, foul territory, down the third base line, goes out of play.
Another 6 on the radar gun. Swan doesn't dig into his back leg. He doesn't bend his knees that much. He stands very tall on the rubber. His arm nice and whippy as he fires it towards home.
Just the second appearance for Swan this season. Swan's 1-2. Grounded to the first baseman. O'Brien bobbles it. Flips over to the pitcher Swan for out number 1.
The catcher for the University of South Florida, number 3, Nelson Rivera.
A 3-1 put out for the first out in the bottom of the 5th inning. That brings up Nelson Rivera, a right-handed batter from South Florida in the blue team-distributed bat. Righty on righty battle. First pitch from Swan. A fastball down the heart at 96 for strike 1.
Joe, the final line on Jonathan Brand. 4 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs both earned on the Caden Grice homer. 3 strikeouts, no walks.
Swan from the windup. This one's flared to right field. Clark ranges over to right center, and the right fielder makes the grab for out number 2.
Top of the order for the Anglers, the second baseman.
It's a good outing for Jonathan Brand, really. 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 Ks and no walks. He had the confidence pitches, and he gave up a 2-strike home run to Caden Grice that he popped to the opposite field. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap to the batter.
That was a great swing from Grice, too, taking a high outside fastball the opposite way.
2 gone, bottom of the 5th. Now here's Rock Riggio. First pitch. Fastball clobbered to center field. Robertson ranges in, collects his feet, and makes the grab for the final out. One, 2, 3 inning once again. The A's set down on a ground out and 2 flyouts. No runs, no hits, no errors, no men left on base. We'll go to the top of the 6th. Chatham up 2-0.
Chatham A's on the air.
Oh, when the sun goes down and burns the tar up on the roof, and your shoes get so hot, you wish your tired feet were fireproof. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, yeah. On a blanket with my baby's where I'll be. Under the boardwalk, out of the sun. Under the boardwalk, we'll be having some fun. Under the boardwalk, people walking above. Under the boardwalk, we'll be falling in love. Under the boardwalk, boardwalk. In the park you hear the happy sound of the carousel. You can almost taste the hot dogs, French fries they sell. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, yeah. On a blanket with my baby.
2 innings left to play here at Veterans Field. In Game 2 of a doubleheader against the Wareham Gatemen, the A's lead 2-0. As we start the top of the 6th inning. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Top of the order for Wareham, Blake Wright, Hogan Windish, and Max Anderson. The first to bat, Wright, the Clemson shortstop. Wright in the right-handed batter's box against the lefty Cy Nielsen. His first pitch, fastball outside, count goes to 1-0. Blake Wright, 0 for 2 tonight, with a ground out to first and a strikeout.
Joe, we've got a defensive change for Chatham. Jake DeLeo comes in the game, moving Matt Hogan to left. He's in center.
1-0, line of the shortstop, Brown, slides, throws to first, he got him! Caden Grice splits at first! The gloves for the A's coming up once again. First out in the top of the 6th. Marcus Brown gets his pinstripes dirty.
What a play. Brown got low and had to slide to take a really hot one-hop ground ball from Blake Wright. Grice with the extension, using all of that length.
First pitch to Hogan Windish. It's a strike on the outside corner. That was a well-hit baseball as well from Blake Wright. Got on top of the fastball, sort of rolled his hands over, but Marcus Brown got in the hole between short and third to make that play. 0-1. Fastball misses high. 2-0. 1 gone in the top of the 6th, thanks to a sliding stop from Marcus Brown. One. Misses outside, counts it 2-1. Hogan Windish 0 for 1. He walked back in the 4th inning, was stranded at third. Nielsen's 2-1. Fouled back, hits the backstop. The right-handed left fielder from UNCG gets back into the box. Has tapered pants. The elastic bands at each ankle. 2-2. Fouled back. Hits Rivera's chest. The pink sky turning purple as the sun sets in Chatham. Under the candles of Veterans Field, the A's lead 2-0. Nielsen, deep breath, 2-2. Strong hit into right center field. Ranging back, Hogan. He can't make the play. Bounces off the warning track. DeLeo throws it in from center. Riggio cuts it off. A double from Hogan Windish.
That stayed in the air forever and just kept on going. Guy Garibay was on his horse running towards the 357 sign in right center. The ball kept flying over his head. He went back and back, just trying to gauge the wall, the track, the baseball at the same time. It all just became too complicated. Lost his sense of balance, and the ball landed between him and a chasing Jake DeLeo.
Well, I spoke to Garibay after the loss to Brewster. As here's the first pitch to Max Anderson. Grounded fouled on the third base line. He says it's not too much of an issue at night during the day looking for fly balls because the sun is beaming everywhere. But at night, the lights that are behind Chatham's dugout on the third base line, quite difficult for the right fielder. The Nebraska second baseman's 1 for 2. Stands in the righty box. Bat behind his head on his right shoulder. Cuts it 0-1 pitch. Fouls it over the screen. 0-2. Chatham won game 1, 5-3 this afternoon at Veterans Field. The A's currently lead 2-0 with 2 innings left. Top of the 6th. Nielsen glances towards second. Delivers home. Fastball called inside. One and 2 to the Nebraska second baseman. Hogan Windish stands on second. Nielsen locks his eyes to Rivera, gets the sign, looks towards first base with a deep breath, and delivers home. Fastball misses inside. Counts even at 2. 90 miles an hour on that fastball from the BYU left-hander, wearing number 33 in Chatham blue. White socks with blue stirrups, low pants. Nielsen collects with his hands at the belt, deals. Breaking ball just tipped foul. Anderson got a piece of it down the third base line. Defense in a normal alignment, except for Rock Riggio, the second baseman playing right up the middle. He holds Windish at second.
Mainly to keep that runner close. Feels like it's a lot bigger lead than 2-0.
2-2, 1 away. Nielsen fires. Grounded to Brown at short. Looks at the runner at second, then throws to first. Grice collects it for out number 2. Second time, the Brown-Grice connection gets work this inning.
Number 14, Torrin Montgomery.
And because the ground ball was in the left side of the infield, in between short and third, Windish didn't think about going anywhere. Had to watch the baseball as he retreated to the bag. If he ventured off, Brown could have easily ran towards him and got him in a pickle with Riggio that close to second base.
2 gone, top of the 6th. Here's Torrin Montgomery, the 6'4" designated hitter for Wareham. In the righty box, first pitch. Fastball in there for strike 1. 89 miles an hour from Nielsen. Nielsen was drafted in the 40th round of the 2019 MLB draft by Cleveland. Was ranked as the top player in the state of Utah. And was the Gatorade Baseball Player of the Year, along with that accolade. The Spanish Forks native. Collects, hands at the belt, deals. Fastball, called the strike in the outside corner. Keeter picks up to 92.
Keep everything at the knees, potentially below against Montgomery, who's at anything belts or higher, very hard today.
Montgomery with a few bat twirls towards Nielsen. Gets set for the 0-2. The pitch misses outside. A throwaway fastball from Nielsen. Lefty from BYU's on the left side of the rubber. Stares in towards Rivera, giving signs with his right hand. Nielsen gets what he likes. Looks towards home. Deals. Swing and a miss. Fastball got him. Torrent Montgomery set down on strikes for the second time tonight. And that does it for the 6th. No runs on just one hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Wareham and Chatham at Veterans Field. The A's lead 2-0. Bottom of the 6th coming up on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. We're back at Veterans Field. The home Chatham Anglers lead 2-0 over the visiting Wareham Gatemen. Bottom of the 6th, due up. Hogan, Engel, and Grice for Chatham. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Gatemen and the Anglers. Game 1 went Chatham's way, a 5-3 victory. A grand slam from Jake DeLeo was the first home run of the season for Chatham. And then in Game 2, Caden Grice planted the second one of the season. This one to left center field. It was a 2-run blast, and that's the only run scored in this game. Matt Hogan digs into the lefty batter's box against the righty Eric Swan. Eric with a cue, fires. Fastball at 96 once again for strike one. Eric Swan has a teal-colored glove on his left hand. Fidgets with the baseball in his right hand. Works from the windup. Curveball at 81. A 15-mile-an-hour difference for strike two. Hogan fanned on it.
That was gross. Didn't even get near Hogan's bat. Stayed on the outer half of the plate the whole time.
Swan gets the sign. He deals. Fastball, strike three looking. Caught the inside corner. Got Hogan at the knees. 3 pitches, and Matt Hogan walks back to the dugout for out number one.
From Clemson, number 37, Cooper Engel.
Eric Swan, at least, coming into today was a relative unknown in Major League draft circles, but this might change some things.
Well, I wonder if they search up Eric with a C and they don't see anything.
They got the rosters.
First pitch to Cooper Engel. Check swing, but it dropped in the zone anyways. 0-1 to Chatham's DH. Swan came in for Brand in the 5th inning. He's through 1 1/3. 0-1. Fastball misses low. One and one count to Cooper Ingle. The lefty DH stands in. Swan fires the 1-1. Curveball check swing in the dirt. Did he go? Yes, he did, says third base umpire Mike Rabideau. Cooper Ingle gets out of the lefty batter's box, takes a deep breath, puts his hands over his blue Chatham A's helmet. Takes one bat twirl and gets set. Left foot in the back of the box. Swans 1-2. Line left field. It's a base hit down the left field line. Ingle rounds first. Helmet falls off his head. He gets to second base standing. A two-strike double for Cooper Ingle. First hit of the day.
Batting for Chatham. The first baseman from Clemson, number 31, Caden Grice.
Just like his teammate Grice with the home run, Ingle got a fastball up and away and didn't pull it. Instead, served it down the left field line. This is becoming his specialty, putting baseballs down the lines.
We've seen Swan use the fastball to not only start counts, but to end at bats with strikeouts. So with 2 strikes, Ingle gets on top of that fastball. Here's Caden Grice. First pitch. Drilled deep left field. Windish comes on, makes the grab. Didn't have to move very much, just a few strides to his right for the second out. Loud crack off the bat by Caden Grice for the second out.
Could hear Tom Holliday say, come on guys, good at bats. Even though the fastball's coming in, and it's hard and with a lot of movement on it, you have to be patient and get your pitch. That one, a little bit too up for Caden Grice.
Guy Garibay, Chatham's right fielder, stands in. First pitch, way high, goes to the backstop. Ingle takes third. A wild pitch from Eric Swan. Moves Cooper Ingle 90 feet away. Ingle represents Chatham's third run. The A's up 2-0.
Ryan Campos behind the plate is 5'9". That pitch cleared him by a foot. Swan, after throwing it, was looking at his hands and licked his fingers. Maybe he lost the grip of the baseball.
Swan 8 inches taller than his battery mate Campos. 1-0. High fastball. Garibay checked his swing but called the ball. They appealed down to third. No swing. Campos doesn't want to listen to the opinion of Mickey Garcia. 2-0 to the Rice right fielder. Swan comes set in his black Nike cleats. Fires. Fastball. Catches the outside corner for strike 1. 2-1 to Garibay. Ingle stands on third. He takes his helmet off of his head and now places it back. Swan fires. Fastball misses inside. That fastball's consistently sitting at 96 miles an hour. The count goes to 3-1 on Guy Garibay.
And Swan can still add more strength. 200 pounds. That's things that interest people at the next level.
3-1. Misses low, ball 4. That heater creeped up to 97 miles an hour, but doesn't find the strike zone. Garibay is on first base. Second time he's reached in today's game.
Now, what a situation for Paul Winland. Hitless in Cape League play. And with more guys to come, someone that's on the fringes of this team, great situation to drive in a run and stamp your name on this game.
First and third, 2 outs. Swan comes set. First pitch. Fouled off. Lands in front of Campos, the catcher. 97 miles an hour from Eric Swan. Ingle's at third. Garibay's at first. 2 gone, bottom of the 6th, and a 7-inning game 2 of a doubleheader.
Garibay just asked Randy Whistler to redo the signs. And Harvey Shapiro is a little too wise in his 20-plus year managing career for Chatham to pull a fast one on him.
This is Harvey Shapiro's first year with Wareham. Last summer, Harvey Shapiro managed Bourne to the league's best record at 24-9-3. Team earned the President's Cup and reached the finals, in which they lost to Brewster. He was named the 2021 Manager of the Year. But this is his 24th season coaching as a manager here on the Cape. 30-plus years of experience at Springfield College, Bowdoin College, the University of Hartford. He has the third most wins in Cape League history as a manager. Behind Chatham A's John Schiffner. 0-1. High off-speed pitch, misses. In between Winland's chin and the Chatham letters on his chest. A lefty shift for Paul Winland Jr. Second baseman Anderson standing in the right field grass. 1-1, runner goes. They'll let Garibay take second, pump fake down there. Doesn't fool Engel. Winland swung through that pitch to make it 1-2. 2 runners in scoring position with 2 away. 1-2 count to Paul Winland Jr. Chatham leads 2-0 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Defense still in the same depth. Same alignment. Wind blowing towards left field. Swan comes set, hands at the chest, fires. Off-speed pitch, fouled back to the backstop. Winland kept his hands back on an 83-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch.
And I would have been thinking fastball all the way if I was Paul Winland. A great adjustment to keep the weight back and fight that off.
1-2 to the Florida Southwestern lefty. Swan gets the sign from Campos. Collects himself. Left foot offset from the right. Fires. Fastball misses high. Counts even at 2. Winland readjusts his batting gloves. Settles back into the lefty batter's box. Has a black shin guard on his front right leg. Bat placed on his left shoulder. Donned in blue. Swan, 2-2. Drilled deep center field. Ranging back, Robertson. He's at the track. He makes the catch in front of the left center field light pole for the final out. So Chatham finally has some life after being set down 1-2-3 in 2 straight innings. The A's get a double from Cooper Engel, a walk from Guy Garibay. He moved to scoring position, but they were both stranded. Top of the 7th up next.
Don't ask for help, you're all alone. Pressure, you'll have to answer to your own. Pressure, I'm sure you have some cosmic rationale. But here you are in the ninth, 2 men out and 3 men on nowhere to look but inside, where we all respond to pressure.
The final inning of action, no matter what, in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Top of the 7th here at Veterans Field. The home Anglers 3 outs away from a sweep against the Wareham Gatemen. Alongside Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Callum Clark, Ryan Campos, Connor O'Brien due up for the Gatemen. And rather than Callum Clark, we'll have a pinch hitter for Wareham. Number 17, Ian Farrow, the pinch hitter for Callum Clark.
Florida Gulf Coast University, Ian Farrow, pinch hitting.
So Dennis Cook will speak with Cy Nielsen, and, well, he's calling on Brian Holiday. We'll stay right here because the top of the 7th just got underway. No pitches just yet here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Ian, we'll get to the call of the bullpen in just a second. But let's take a look at some scores from around the Cape, presented by Sweet Tomatoes Pizza.
3 doubleheaders today. Supposed to be a league-wide off day, but the rain got the best of a couple fields yesterday. Starting at White House Field, about 15 minutes away from us, Joe, the Harwich Mariners took down the Hyannis Harbor Hawks 3-1 in Game 1, but Hyannis bounced back in the second contest. It's 4-2. Right now, Harwich and Hyannis in the bottom of the 5th. At Doran Park, YD beat Bourne 4-2 in the first contest of that twin bill. But Bourne, again, bouncing back strong in the second game. The Braves up 2-0 in the top of the 3rd. Those are the only two doubleheader series going on right now. But a full day of Cape League action returning tomorrow. Chatham hosting Falmouth.
First pitch for that one at 7 o'clock here at Veterans Field. The Anglers Extra pregame show starts at 6:40. Let's take a look at this Chatham Bars Inn call to the bullpen. Chatham looks on to a right-hander from Florida Southwestern, number 40, Brian Holiday.
Holiday has 2 pitches, but that's all he needs. A fastball and a curveball. And the breaking pitch is his signature. Gets up and down, moves extremely well. And we've only seen Holiday in stopgap action. In his last appearance, he came in to get 1 batter out. And that's all Tom Holiday's asked him to do. But as a key reliever for Florida Southwestern in their run into the NJCAA playoffs, Holiday's a guy that Tom Holiday's learning to trust more and more. And a temporary player that, Joe, I think could see a full contract coming sometime soon.
He pitched 1 1/3 against Hyannis on the 14th, 2 punch-outs. And then, as you mentioned, against Brewster, he faced 1 batter, but he struck him out. He faces Ian Farrow, the pinch hitter for Kellum Clark, as we start the top of the 7th, the final inning of action in the second leg of this doubleheader. Holiday kicks, first pitch, curveball misses outside. Ian Farrow was the DH in Game 1. He struck out swinging in each at-bat. Bat behind his head in the right batter's box. 1-0. Fastball misses outside, counts it 2-0. Getting some words of encouragement from the Chatham faithful. Fans in right center field hill have gone away. 2-0. Fastball grooved down the middle for strike 1. Farrow in the righty batter's box against the right-handed Holiday. The righty deals, misses outside. 3-1 to Ian Farrow. Chatham up 2-0. Holiday from the windup. Swing and a miss. Fastball blows by Farrow, and the count's full. PA announcer Peter Burns getting into it here in the press box. 3-2, swung on and missed. Fastball in the inside corner, blows by Ian Farrow for out number 1.
Holiday's a small guy, but the ball gets on you quickly. He's got a long leg lift with a lot of action, moving with the left leg. So you're focused on that leg kick, trying to time it up, and the ball explodes out of his right arm.
1 gone, top of the 7th. Here's Ryan Campos. First pitch, curveball. Rivera checks down to third. No swing, says Mike Rabideau on the 76-mile-an-hour curveball. Ryan Campos in the left-handed batter's box. Had a 1 unassisted back in the second inning. He was victim of a double play ball in his last AB. 1-0. Fastball called a strike at the knees. Campos wearing a black Evo Shield helmet. Holiday deals 1-1. Curveball misses inside. Dance too low. Pitching coach Dennis Cook tells Brian Holiday to keep working. Has a light teal glove in his left hand. Exact same color as the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers color. Holiday kicks for the 2-1. Lined left field, running in. Hogan makes the diving catch! Hogan sprawled out to his right for the second out.
Fantastic play from Matt Hogan. The ball was spinning away from him towards the left field line, but he got a great jump right it off the bat, and then a Superman-style dive to make the play.
An exhilarating second out. Chatham 1 out away. Here's Connor O'Brien. Fastball taken outside, 1-0. Matt Hogan gets his white pinstripes dirty with green tint. Holiday's 1-0. Fastball misses low. Count goes to 2-0. Hogan was a defensive replacement. Slotted into left field for Tommy Caulfield. 2-0. Fouled over the screen. I should clarify, Hogan was in center field. Jake DeLeo went in as the defensive replacement. He went to center field. Hogan shifted over to left. 2-1, 2 away. Brian Holiday, left side of the rubber, fires. Fouled over the screen, the exact same spot over by the restrooms near the Little League field. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Brian Holiday from the full windup looks towards Rivera, comes set, deals. Line of the second baseman, Riggio plays it off a hop, 360 spin over to first, and that'll do it. Chatham brushes Wareham by the side. A sweep of the Gatemen. And the Anglers improve to 3-3-1 on the season with a 2-0 win in the second leg of a doubleheader.
The energy has shifted around this team. Did not think on Saturday in a cold, windy day at Brewster, you'd see Rock Riggio and Marcus Brown post-game jumping with a through-the-legs chest bump. I mean, today with 2 home runs, dominant pitching performances from all around, and great defense, this team finally put 3 phases of baseball, 14 innings together.
Chatham took home game 1, 5-3. They shut out the Gatemen in game 2, thanks to pitching performances from Waters, Nielsen, and Holiday. Chatham wins this one 2-0 before a home game with Falmouth tomorrow. The Anglers Extra Postgame Show starts right now here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. We're recapping not only this win in Game 2, but we'll also be talking about the first win earlier today, a 5-3 win over the Gatemen. Chatham goes 2-0 in its first doubleheader of the season. The A's are pumped in front of their dugout. Chatham 2, Wareham 0, your final in Game 2. The Anglers Extra Postgame Show starts after this.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. When the lights go down in the
The Anglers Extra Postgame Show starts here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham takes down Wareham 2-0 in the second leg of the doubleheader. I'm Joe Puccio, and let's send things down to the field here at Veterans Field with Ian Unsworth.
Ian Unsworth here on the Anglers Extra Postgame Show. Chatham takes 2 from Wareham. The second game, a 2-0 victory on the backs of these two guys next to me. Caden Grice and Matt Hogan down here with me on Veterans Field. 2 wins today, Caden, and you had a 2-run shot. How'd it feel?
I mean, it felt good to get back in the win column, and I think all the boys are excited about that. The home run, that was nice. It felt good to connect with one really hard. So I'm just happy about the win, just coming out tomorrow and playing some more baseball. And with that home run, how'd it feel to get the monkey off your back, first one in the Cape League? I mean, it felt good. I wasn't really thinking about it that way, but I mean, any day is a good day when you hit a home run. Well, Caden Grice, plenty of pop to prove it. And Matt Hogan over here, feel free to go, big dog. I don't want to reach over you. Grice at 6'6", Hogan here, about my size, 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot. We can be generous. 2 base knocks, you as well, a great day at the plate. What was your approach today?
I just hit the ball hard. You know, I've been kind of seeing it well the past couple of days, and then just looking for something over the plate and just see ball, hit ball from there. And then a SportsCenter top 10 level catch out and left. 2 outs away from winning that game. How'd that feel to secure a big snag and then Brian shuts it down? Oh, that's awesome. I love it whenever I can help our pitchers out because, I mean, they get up there all the time and they're throwing their hearts out every single game. So if there's ever a time I can dive, lay out, and make a catch for them, I mean, that's what I love to do. 2 big wins, Falmouth tomorrow. How do you want to flush today and just look forward to tomorrow, or do you keep that momentum rolling? You keep a little bit of momentum rolling, but you get back to the middle. You don't want to get too high because you get too high, that's when you're a little too confident and then you miss out on some things. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to ride out the confidence of this one and then come back here tomorrow, find the middle of the emotional standard, and then go from there. Well, 2 big wins, Matt. Thanks for hopping on with me. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. The A's take 2 against Wareham. First pitch tomorrow against Falmouth at 7. The A's and the Commodores first one at Veterans Field. We'll go back up to the booth with Joe Puccio for more Anglers Extra Postgame.
Matt Hogan 2 for 3 tonight, a double, a single, and a strikeout looking on his ledger. Chatham takes this one 2-0 over Wareham, but don't go anywhere. It's time for the highlights coming up next here on the Anglers Extra Postgame Show.
Screen door slams, Mary's dress sways. Like a vision, she dances across the porch as the radio plays. Roy Orbison singing for the lonely. Hey, that's me and I want you only. Don't turn me home again. I just can't face myself alone again. Don't you run back inside, darling.
Welcome back to the Anglers Extra Postgame Show with Chatham with a 2-0 win in the second leg of a doubleheader against Wareham. The A's improved to 3-3-1 on the season. I'm Joe Puccio. Let's roll through the highlights here from Veterans Field. A fun game, a fun day of baseball here in Chatham as the A's went 2-0 in this doubleheader. So the very first inning, the A's had some lively bats. Matt Hogan got on a second base. Cooper Ingle popped out to be the second out of the inning, but Caden Grice made history for the 2022 A's. 1-2 count to Caden Grice. The pitch, drilled deep left center field. Robertson ranges to his right. He's at the track, at the wall. It's gone! Caden Grice's first home run of the Cape League season. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Chatham up 2-0. That was the first time the A's led first in any game this season. Wow, took them a while, but hey, I guess we're finally here now. So Chatham gets up 2-0. I just told you the final score was 2-0, so there's no more offensive highlights for us to tell you about. However, Wareham in the 4th inning had a few runners on, had bases loaded, 2 runners in scoring position with 1 away. Cy Nielsen from the stretch. Grounded to third. Windland over to second. Riggio on the transfer to first. It's a double play. The A's get out of a jam with a 5-4-3 double play. And the A's come away unscathed. A big-time out. Well, I should say big-time outs for Chatham. To get the A's out of the inning, Wareham ends up leaving 1 man on base, but really it was, it was a bases-loaded ground out. So through 4 full innings, Wareham still hasn't scored. Chatham already has its 2 runs of the ball game. And, well, the gloves were still there for the A's. A hard-hit ground ball to shortstop Marcus Brown. That's just way too easy for the Cowboy. 1-0. Line to the shortstop. Brown slides, throws to first. He got him! Caden Grice splits at first. The gloves for the A's coming up once again. First out in the top of the 6th. Marcus Brown gets his pinstripes dirty. That wouldn't be the last time an A would get its pinstripes dirty. Marcus Brown got some clay dirt on his pants, and Matt Hogan out in left field, well, he did something similar. Holiday kicks for the 2-1. Line, left field, running in. Hogan makes the diving catch! Hogan sprawled out to his right for the 2nd out. Ian Unsworth talked to Matt Hogan after the game. He said that's just the play that he loves to make. So that was the 2nd out in the top of the 7th inning. Again, it was a 7-inning doubleheader. Brian Holiday in for the save. He already struck out the first batter, and stood in Connor O'Brien. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Brian Holiday from the full windup looks towards Rivera, comes set, deals. Line of the second baseman, Riggio plays it off a hop, 360 spin over to first, and that'll do it. Chatham brushes Wareham by the side. A sweep of the Gatemen, and the Anglers improve to 3-3-1 on the season with a 2-0 win in the 2nd leg of a doubleheader. So that's how it happened. A fun day of baseball here at Veterans Field. I mentioned earlier, Chatham with a win in Game 1 over the Gatemen, 5-3, and then a shutout of the Gatemen in Game 2. I'm joined alongside Ian Unsworth here in the booth, taking a look at the final lines for each side. For Wareham, no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. For the A's, 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Only 4 men left on base, Ian, but the offense got started in the first, and the defense and the pitching did its job.
When the defense and pitching is going to be as good as it's been today, there's no reason to worry about getting offense going. And when the offense comes early, then the defense and pitching backs it up rather than vice versa. When you need to get the offense going late, it takes a long time. There's a lot of pressure on your ball club. 2 runs in the first will put any team at ease.
The winning pitcher, Jacob Waters, 3 1/3, 1 hit, 4 Ks, and 2 walks. Cy Nielsen came in for 2 2/3, gave up a hit with 3 punch-outs and a walk. And Brian Holiday, he gets the save. 1 inning, 2 punch-outs, no hits. The losing pitcher, Jonathan Brand, he pitched 4 innings full, 5 hits, gave up 2 runs, which was the 2-run bomb from Caden Grice, 3 Ks and no walks. And Eric Swan came in relief, 2 innings full, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout. Ian, Chatham takes on Falmouth tomorrow in another home game. What do you expect from the A's in that one?
Keep the bats going. Today, 6 hits in the 2nd game, 5 in the 1st. Consistent offensive production is all this team needs to climb up the standings.
Chatham with 2 runs on 6 hits, 1 error, 4 men left on base. Wareham shut out, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. The A's take on the Commodores tomorrow night at 7 p.m. here at Veterans Field. Anglers Extra pregame show at 6:40. For Ian Unsworth, I'm Joe Puccio. Good night.